Welcome back, y'all. Peace and love and welcome back. And this is going to be part 3 to our Raelism series. As we know, this rabbit hole goes deep. I also have a debate coming up on the 20th with Fight the Flat Earth. And it's going to be at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time on this channel. Make sure y'all tune in for that. It's going to be moderated. It's going to be moderated in time. Hopefully I have Jeranism to moderate it, but if he's not available, we're going to have to just find someone else. I will be sending out notifications to y'all for this debate on the 20th. I had sent the notifications out, but some had happened with the stream keys to where it canceled one of them out. It made me go live on the 20th show. And I'm like, how the world that happened? There's some duplicate stream keys or something, but it's all good. We'll just make another notification after this stream. And I'm gonna learn how to do multiple notifications with different stream keys to see how that works, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. If anybody got any information on this stream key joint, email me some of that, because my idea is to have a different, well, I don't know how. I might have to just schedule it one at a time in advance. I see people doing 2, 3 notifications in future events, but I don't know how they doing that. But anyway, guys, enough for the tech talk. Welcome back, and y'all know the title: Israel, Raelism, Decoded, the real meaning of Kanye West's mysterious symbol, and the world agenda of ufology we are exposing, because we know that all the governments of the world has turned aliens into the new religion. We know that the Vatican, right, have said that it's okay for you to believe in God and aliens. That's what the Vatican said. And if you understand what we've been going over about Raelism, this is a UFO cult of people that is a doomsday cult, fear-mongering cult, deceiving the people so that they can create this problem so that the solution can be this new religion, which is mind uploading, human cloning, basically everything that's happening in the world today that we've been talking about, the 2045 agenda, all of that stuff, right? And we don't have to be redundant on it, so we can just get right into where we left off with part 2 and come on right here with part 3, and let's get it. And if you are new to this, then you need to go to part 1 and part 2 of this Raelism series, and I got different color thumbnails for each one so that y'all can distinguish them. But other than that, we're going to hop right into it. So, and again, we got a lot of symbolism. We're going to go over etymology, all that stuff, but also a little bit of history of the group. And because when you think about it, this is a worldwide movement. It is the religion of the smart world. But this religious group, this mindset, we can do the history of and see that it has been silently in the backgrounds for a very long time, and is very powerful. Basically, when we talk about the occult, when we want to talk about, you know, that Crowleyism and OTO, if you want to get into the Moravians, if you want to get into the Jesuits, I don't care what degree of the occult you want to get into, even Satanism. All of it has one principle: out of body, death and rebirth. Now, some of y'all who are new to this, you won't understand that. Some of you who've been doing this a while, you know about the Hiram Abiff ritual in Freemasonry, which is the out-of-body ritual, you dying and being reborn, right? all of the comedic mystery schools was based upon death and rebirth. And this is the same technological feat throughout the eight. Well, this is basically cheating death, like we always talk about the pharaohs tried to do in Egypt. And one of the ways to do that was to achieve this out-of-body experience. And like I said, they've been achieving it with technology, and they've been cheating, breaking the rules, and that's been causing chaos and imbalance in the natural system of things and all of that. I'm just giving you an introduction. So let me go through some more of these notes, right? Raelism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim created humanity using their advanced technology. And this Elohim concept is something that we see in the foundations of the Abrahamic faiths, right? The Elohim creating man. And now that you have scientists saying that these Elohim are real, we're really in trouble now, because this is the unity between science and religion. Aliens exist in science, and aliens exist in religion in the form of ascended prophets like Enoch, Christ, and many more that I'm going to show you here today. Because an alien is just any interdimensional species of human. If one of you guys leave the earth and come back, or excuse me, if any of you guys have the ability, right, to travel the heavens and leave the earth and come back at will, you're not human. I'm sorry, but you're not human like the rest of us. That will make you alien, because you would have some sort of superhuman ability. That superhuman ability lies in all of us, in the part of us that's not human. Yeah, there's a part of you that's not human. It's just spirit. And that's the part that can ascend. And that's the part we're going to be reiterating on today, that these Raelian movements and what the governments of the world have hid this beautiful science about us, and they want to, redistribute it to us in the form of the stuff we're going to be exposing today. I'm also showing you how it's all united into one, because the articles, and I always come with receipts. So yeah, even if the sources that I'm reading right now is spot on about what I'm saying about how all of this aligns with all of the Abrahamic faiths and etc. See, a lot of people who into scientism and technology and all that, they have a heart for the Abrahamic faiths. It's really one big religion. So let's talk about this whole, the first phases of any initiation in any occult group is death and rebirth. It's gonna be that group's form of a Hiram Abiff ritual. You know why? Just like in the military, they shave all your head off. They give you a new name, put you in new clothes. It's basically a new you. They fucking start injecting you with stuff that make even your damn DNA probably something different than what, I don't know. This is all conspiracy theory and pseudoscience that I'm saying. And guess what? It should be debunked. Hint, hint. We don't want no problems with the laws, with the censorship. Y'all, some of the smart folks know what I just did. But anyway, everything you join wanna break you down and build you up, even a gang, right? So it's a rebirth ritual with everything. That makes that, you can't identify with your cult group how you identify with your family and all them. So the cult gotta have a whole nother way of interacting with you that your family don't even know about, your children don't even know about. It's a secret bond that you got exclusive to them. Hold on a minute. Because I'm about to go deep with this Raelism. So think about religion, because when we talk about Raelism, when you say religion, you're dealing with the same concept. All of these religions come from Ra and El. Any religion comes from Ra and El. Now, the spiritual systems come from the goddesses. The spiritual systems come from the goddesses. And religion is all religions is based on realism, which is an out-of-body experience with some sky god. You going out of your body, connecting with this fifth dimensional being, this heavenly being that isn't human, but it creates humans. Doesn't that sound like Raelism? Then we just read that. A lot of people that is practicing a religion don't know that they are practicing Raelianism, and that the whole end goal of all of their religions is for them to be abducted in the heavens and ascending to their God. Even in the science community, they believe in their scientists and their astronauts. And like Makai Kaku said, the ultimate end goal of science is mind beaming and traveling the quantum universe. Not the real universe. It don't exist in reality. They've built the universe in the meta space. Told you that the word meta backwards is atom. And if you look at the symbol of realism, you will see that it is indeed the atom. What is the atom? The atom is the small man that was created before all the other humanity come from this atom, this in the garden, right? So who is this atom in the garden? Here it is right here. Let's do this. Everybody hit the like and share button, please. I really want we got over 500 people in the building. Do your boy a favor. Everybody hit the like button right now, and I won't have to beg y'all throughout the show. Let's just keep the likes up. Do that for me real quick. I really appreciate that too, by the way. Let's take a minute and hit the like button. I'm not like the other folks. I'm not going to play boring music and all that, but I am going to light my blunt. It just hit that like button for your boy. It's free. Now check this out, y'all. Here is what Adam is. Here is what Adam represents. When Adam was fashioned by the hands of God, and I keep showing y'all. Watch this. Look at this symbol here. Look at this symbol right here. Here go the hands of God forming Adam. Think of forming clay with your hands like Play-Doh. We're all familiar with this symbol, but this is the cube of Saturn trapping you inside of the hands of God. These hands of God, right, is what they're calling Santa's claws. Yeah, this is the claws and Santa Claus. And another way you can look at that is the crystal ball. Right here. That's the devil's trident. And that ain't nothing but the brain stem holding up the pineal gland. And your pineal gland is where your whole reality is taking place at, in the back of your mind. And if people can read that, they can read your memories, your future. They can fucking tell you everything about yourself. So when they plug your mind up to Neuralink, They can study all of the neural activity from past, present, and future. That's all the culmination of your memories, man, and your experience. And yet that's essentially who you are. And this is your concept of the crystal ball. And again, Christ and El and the God ball all in one, a holy trinity. We see they all holding up the heavens. And I can show you more of these in Kemetic, where you have the deities holding up the heavens. This is not no new concept. Here we are in Kemet now, and we see the deities holding up that celestial wheel. Inside of that celestial wheel is our known universe, y'all. And everyone is projecting the world outside from inside. And this represents your pineal gland. Think of a crystal ball. We're dealing with holography. And once the light is shined through this seed base projection, the source right here, right? This would be like a teacher's projecting machine, and it's clear with the clear paper. And then she can put the little sheet of paper on the thing and project the picture on the wall. Well, the base point for what you see on the wall would be at the machine. The machine is in between your eyes and the back of your brain. That's the mind. Everyone's mind in unison collectively is helping create our entire simulated universe that you see outside. Even your science tell you if there was no one around to observe the universe, it wouldn't exist. So when you see images like this in Kemet, this is an old concept, guys. I gotta let you know that the world around us is expanding from a dense base world that's very small but dense. This is your Big Bang theory. If you ask any scientific person what started your Big Bang, they wouldn't know what to tell you. They'll run you in circles, dance around, and play with you like you're a child. They'll insult your intelligence instead of saying, I don't know. And if you don't know what started the Big Bang, you damn sure can't tell us what's going to end it. And listen, if you don't know the beginning, you can't know the ending and the in-between, buddy. If you don't know how a person was brought up, you can't go to judging their life in the middle and at the end of it. Even some of these serial killers that y'all be judging these folks, and that y'all don't know that these folks was beat on when they was a child. Folks' daddy molested them. Mama treated them like shit. Locked them in a room for years, some of these folks that y'all, man, that nigga evil. Man, that dude had a fucked up childhood. And see, because you don't know the beginning, you gotta guess at the middle and the ending. Same thing happens in science. Once you admit that you don't know the beginning, and which is what started it, then be quiet about everything else and let's all start from the blackness and try to figure it out from ground zero, and no one act like they know it all. Now let's get back, because I got to show you. These deities are spinning around the heavens. And this is your UFO concept that they adopted in Raelism. As you can see, this looked like a UFO ship turning. But this is the zodiac wheel. And see, guys, our star, let me show you something. Our sky is a lunch point for souls. When they say we're fallen angels, we definitely are. What is it? Your star sign and all that represent the points of latitude, longitude, and time by which the angel landed. Did you hear what I said? If I launch a missile to another country, they got the direct latitude, longitude points it landed. All of the numerology associated with your birth date represent the landing of something from one place to another, the transitioning of some consciousness. So look, if you look at what our sky is doing, this is the everyone is beamed from this middle point. But then wherever you're pointed at determine what country, continent, what time, right? Think of the sky turning right now. And you have all of these souls being beamed down. And as people are being born, there are people dying, being beamed up, headed back up into the mothership. So right in the middle of this wheel is a stairway. And it's a double highway stairway. And that is this whole abduction concept when they talking about the stairway to heaven. If you look at the symbols for realism, you will see it's an open UFO ship. I'll give it to you right here. This is what it is. You see? Now, some of y'all familiar with this image right here, but you just ain't never known. Now, guess what? When you look at the symbol of realism, doesn't it look like the Hebrew Israelites? And what are the Hebrew Israelites telling you? They want to be abducted into heaven by Yahweh. See there? Didn't I tell you everybody with a religion is a Raelian? But before the spookism, it dealt with us and the ascension of our consciousness. Let me pull up something else for you. A lot of folks got a problem with people teaching with symbols. And they say, well, you putting the symbols up there, but you ain't putting no words up there. I'm giving you the words. That's what my mouth for, you silly. Then they say, well, you putting the symbols up there, but ain't no math with it. And guess what I'll say to that? Yeah, I use everything in moderation. There's no math required for me to teach about realism. See, that's a dude that's saying, man, hey, it's time to go to church. Hand me a hammer. No, you need a Bible. Niggas need to understand proper requirements and quit asking a nigga for something that man don't need to express himself. You trying to cripple him is what you trying to do. Now, let me move on. And there's going to be a lot of people pissed at this video because they just can't do what I do, because they don't have the integrity to put the ego aside and realize we've been lied to. Then they want to maintain a lie. But when they come over here, they anger themselves watching me. And I don't know why, because, you know, you don't have to watch, you know. Check this out, guys. I want to go into the symbolism associated with realism now. And let's talk about this UFO concept that you see these folks, what they love. This is one of their known symbols. It's a little, matter of fact, let me see if I can find it, because they just showed it to you there, but I want to show you. Here it is right here. Now, that's the shaman hat. Now, if you think of Aleister Crowley, see, that's what I'm telling you about Aleister Crowley. Look. You see this hat? And remember now, Kanye West and Jay-Z are part of OTO, which is the fraternity that Crowley created. Which is why if I show you a picture of Kanye, he got the same, look, do what thou wilt, the Egyptian stuff. All of this stuff is realism. That's what the Pharaoh, the Babylonians, we're in Babylon. So think about what they said that the Babylonians wanted to do. They said that the Babylonians wanted to build a tower to the heavens, but the tower got knocked down by God. And the tower to the heavens is this stairway inside of the UFO ship. Remember that the UFO ship is the sky, which is the heavens. Watch this. I just showed you that, remember? This is the UFO ship that they trying to build a stairway to. Now, what is the stairway? It's the CERN beam portal. Beam portals. And those beam portals literally look like, let me show you something. Those beam portals, watch this. They got demonstrations of what this beam gonna look like. And I'm gonna show it to you from CERN. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Here it is right here. Scientists at CERN, laser cool. So, see, this is the world's first laser-based manipulation of antimatter. Now, what this represents is an ethereal laser that has reached the hyperbolic, when we talk about tearing through the ether. When Moses made the waters pour back, piercing through the ether. This is how they're trying to get to the heavens. And what they can do, you can beam human consciousness on this line. And if you want to find out about that, go and research what Makai Kaku been teaching about mind beaming. Do that on your own. So if you think of this little silver cord to the sky, it's also going to open up the ethers because there's 7 layers of the atmosphere. And they're going to break through all of the 7 layers. And when they get to that 7-1, that's like going back to the early forms of the universe and all this good stuff that they talking about. Antimatter is ether basically. And this is going to manipulate antimatter. How? By allowing us to pierce through it, piercing through the ether. Now, also, the same laser that's piercing through it will serve as a highway for consciousness to ascend to the heavens via technology. Now, this is not my bizarre technology. This is theirs, and it makes me think of the Silver Surfer, think of tight roping. See, because if you think of what Christ represent, watch this. Watch this. You know that beam of light coming up out of the UFO ship is the stairway. So now you got to ask yourself, how is a beam of light a stairway? Because the beam of light ain't no straight line. Light travel in a spiral. And the spiral widens the further that the light travel. And as it widens, the light get dimmer. So what a laser beam is, a very focused beam of light that would take it so long for that light to get wide at the end so you can focus a single beam for long distances. That's all it is. Even a laser beam is getting wider and wider as it goes away. You'll see that the beam at the original starting point versus the end would be wider. Now, I'm saying all this for a reason. Now, all of this technology I'm showing you about right now, this is the same as the beam of light coming from the UFO ship. This is Jack's beanstalk. All throughout ancient folklore, people have spoke about this beanstalk. And another way they call it the silver line, the tethering line, the silver cord, because we have one of these already built within us. It's going up and down a spinal cord. Matter of fact, let me show you that. Every one of us have our own lifeline or beanstalk to the heavens. And the serpent rising is you. You're a sine wave of energy traveling up a beanstalk, which, according to the Hindu, that is a series of incarnations to different parallel universes, and each universe is ascending higher and higher to your heavenly state. And each incarnation getting more heavenly and heavenly. Granted that your karma good. Now look, that mean this snake is crawling out of one body, going into another body, but is using the spinal cord of each of these bodies as a staircase. When this man dies, this snake ain't gonna die. It's just gonna crawl into another body, and then, as it ascend over time through that one, it's a keep going. This is a snake shedding its skin. They told this, the snake that's eating its own tail. Basically think of the snake like a worm in an apple. And the worm gotta eat its way through the top of the apple, but then it find out, wow, there's another apple and another apple. So they call this the eater or the ether, symbolic of this serpent. Now let's talk about the spinal cord and the kundalini is what they're mimicking here with the CERN beam portal. This is what's going on. See, this is you. They're always studying us and turning what they find into some technology. Now, let's talk about when you think about walking a beam portal to the heavens and cheating death and resurrection and all that through a beam portal, you think of Jesus Christ with the light in the heavens. Let's talk about it. Jesus Christ. We've seen this kind of artwork. Hold on. I'm typing and nothing was even coming. Hold on. Share the video, guys. So we got all of these images of Christ ascending to the heavens on a cross, right? With his hands open. And I'm going to make some sense out of this for y'all today. If you look at this kind of symbolism that they give us, and I've seen this throughout my life growing up in the church, the stairway to heaven, all this stuff. I never knew that it was realism. I never thought it was realism. Because if you look at this realism symbol and the same thing they telling you with Christ, right? That we want to climb the stairway, meet Christ in the heavens, boom, boom, boom. Now watch this. Look at here, same story being told. But watch what's going on here. What you see that the stairway is silver, right? That stairway is silver, right? They call it the silver lining. That's why the spaceship always is this silver color. But now check this out. When you look at this, there was a hero called a Silver Surfer, and he surfed the heavens on one of these silver beam lines. And when you think about a person on a rope, like if I gotta walk across a log to get from one part of the bridge to another, then you're gonna hold your arms out. You see this? Remember that ma'at means balance. It means balance. If you real fat and obese, it's gonna be very hard for you to make it cross this law and balance all that weight going across this thing. And when you look at Jesus Christ ascending to the heavens through the silver line, through the sky opening, the sky vault, he has his arms open for flight, but for balance. This is what I'm telling you guys. The symbolism is everything. Like the God's shoe. At the middle of our universe, there's a staircase. And in order to walk upright, it takes balance or you will fall. This ain't your average staircase. This is a, like escalators is moving. This beam is moving. So let me show you what I mean. And we got a lot to talk about. Here's what we're talking about. A spiral staircase, but it's like escalator. It's in motion as well. Because this beam, of course, it's flowing. Now, think of walking on these logs and they spinning as well, like the barber pole, because of the water. And you got to balance like this little girl doing. You got to balance like he's doing. And when you start to balance as you were saying and cross over, remember that the word Hebrew mean the people from the other side. What do we mean? The other side of the ethereal river of Styx, the river of life in heaven. let's talk about the people from the other side, because when people in the near future, we're going to cheat death and we will create another dimension in this realm. And that will be people traveling back and forth from each side. And there will be people from that side that's born on the other side. And when they come on our side, we will refer to them as aliens. Hey, these are people from the other side. Now, the word other is the word ether. Ether. All of these ethereal realms are going to be connected via technology in our time. So I want you to look at the symbolism. Let's talk about as the sky turns, there's a beam line in the middle point, and that's what they are mimicking with this, the North Pole. And we're all have that North Pole in us as well, micro, macro, as within, so without, because the pole at the center, like I told you, watch this. It's called refraction and reflection. All of us is our own cup of water, right? But there's one pole that we all share with the true north. Because if you start to stack these cups of water inside of each other, that straw will reflect and refract outward indefinitely. However many cups you put inside of each other with water in them, you'll get another straw. So you can get a third straw. It'll be separated and staggered, broken off from the Lord thy God. See what I'm saying? He's been severed off. You see what I'm saying? We went over this symbol in part 1 and 2. But let's think of this concept. This silver lining that's connecting all of us to the true north, because all of us is fake north, meaning the ego body, the skewed version of God, a fallen angel or angle of light, which would be the refracted straw. That refracted straw that we see there is a false image of God, and it's crooked, it's not in alignment, and it has failed through reflection. It has projected itself away and broken off from the Lord thy God and broken itself. That's basically each and every last one of us. And when we get back in alignment, it's this basically, getting that right angle to where this illusion is no longer created, or removing the water from the cup. And when you remove the water from the cups, this would be the opposite of the great flood. And then when the cups flood again, that's when we lose our mind, and then we go into this divided state. We fall from Eden. We're no longer one with God. Then when the waters are sucked back in, then we unite with God again. Boom, you see how this would be. Now, that's just a way you can look at this whole dispersion from ether and this connection with the mothership. Now, what's happening in the case of the cup, the waters ain't being removed, they being stirred. And what'll happen is, once you create a hollow point in the middle of the cup, then it will connect all of the reflected and refracted straws as if there was no water in the cup. You get what I'm saying? Because the only way to get rid of that illusion is to move the water. But what if I told you to move the water without sucking it out the cup? This would be a genius way to do it. Osmosis. Stir it up, and that's when I know you're a genius. If I tell you, listen, the straw is refracting in the cup, and the only way to stop this reflection is to remove the water, but you can't suck the water out the cup, what do? Stir it up. Just stir it up. And once you make this little dry space in the middle, at that little bitty point, that refraction won't exist. It'll be an alignment at that point. You see what I'm saying? And that's and this is what Moses represent, And when Moses talking about connecting people with the other side, you know, he's going to connect them with the other side. Look at his hands, though. You see how he got his hands opened up? What is that showing us? The tightrope walking. And look at the lane that they're walking. Remember I showed you the dude on the line, the girl using the log to get across the river? This is balance. That's how you walk through this narrow path. Now watch this, y'all. What Moses did was stirred up the water and created a portal to the heavens from the earth. Now here is our earth down here. We're using CERN to stir up the heavens to recreate what's happening at the North Pole. If you look at our sky, that's what's already happening. But they want to mimic the sky. See, here go our world down here. And when we look up, there's different stars on different height levels and altitudes all the way up to the ones way back here in the distance. And in the middle of all of them is this North Star Polaris. It doesn't move. It stays stationary in its same position, but it spins like the eye of a hurricane. The eye of a hurricane don't move from its position, but the way it moves, it just turns in a circle at this position. That's what Polaris is doing. And then it's everything else is sitting within the ethereal medium. This is what you got to realize. Stars are stirs, meaning if you got like coffee stir, if you got to stir a big pot, guess what? You need more than one stick to stir it with. You need a couple of folks to help you stir it. Like, think of this the same way, that this jar that we looking at is our whole earth terrarium. We're at the bottom. And there are little animals like a carousel suspended from this thing. Polaris is the opening in this watery medium. It's not really a star. It's the opening to another light source behind our whole sky. Because our whole sky is represented by the water inside of this jar. And the stars are represented by any floating anything like the specks floating in there, that can be your wandering stars. And then you got fit stars. Those stars are literally drawn onto the glass and they don't move. They just sitting on the glass as artwork. And you got real star. This is what our sky is. But Polaris is a vortex in the middle. It's not. Each of these stars are like, just say a bubble, right? All of these bubbles you see is like what the stars are. They're trapped air within a medium. So our night sky is darkness. And within that darkness, you got these bubbles of light all being projected from this huge portal of light called Polaris right here. Every bubble you see in this water is like a star in the night sky. It's a dry space in a wetland, in a wet ocean. If you notice that the bubbles represent the same principles at the central vortex, which is no water. Inside of every bubble is the same thing that's inside of the vortex at the middle, air, trapped. It's trapped in a cyclone. And the faster the cyclone, the lower the bubbles will descend and be trapped. Now, when you slow that thing down, they go to shooting on up to the top. So as the ether slows down and speeds up, the portal is opening and closing. It affects the rate of ascension and descension. And you can look at these bubbles, right, as the pineal gland inside of all of us. So our earth at the bottom, and we're looking up, and there go the whole heavens. That's the way you look at that. So another way you could look at this cosmology, like I said, with Moses, he's just another form of the Egyptian god Shu that's in the middle of Nut with his hands up, showing you this same And we about to go deep with this. Hit the like and share button, guys. It's so much that I got to, go into. Bear with me. So, yeah. Hold on a minute. So where am I? I want to show you, let's skip around. I don't want to stay with this forever because I got a lot of stuff to go to. Let's just start going through some of these concepts and share the video. Here is more artwork of Moses splitting the sea. And I just want to show you that's nothing but your brain fission. This little split in the middle of your brain is called a fission. Now, you know what the word fission means? Brain fusion. It's the place in between your brain and in your brain where the two halves are fused together, because they are separate pieces, but they are wired and fused together by what? Do you know what's in the middle? What is in that crack in your brain? Guess what, y'all? Your left and right hemisphere, your brain is fused together by the neural highways. I want you to think of this left part of your brain as a city. And I want you to think of this right part of your brain as a city. And these cities are divided by an ocean. And the only thing that can connect them is a series of highways. This is what's going on in your brain. The left and right brain are connected by the neural highways. In other words, these highways are allowing the left and right brain to communicate with each other, like that bridge system will allow those two separated cities to now communicate with each other. So one of these brains represent a whole nother you in a whole nother parallel universe, and the other one represents you in this universe. So this left brain is basically the part of you that's left behind in your past lifetime that you trying to evolve. And then this right brain is your future self, what you trying to become. And so your energy is shifting. And it's based on memory, and it's all based on these neural connections. That's your whole experience. This is the great crossover. This is what Moses represent. The technology, right, to get us into a state where we can be transportable through this great rift, right? So what I'm telling you is, like, our earth is made like our brain. Matter of fact, let me pull something up for you real quick. If you really want to understand Raelism, we finna go deep into it. Hit the like and share. Let me open this up for y'all. So again, here is our cosmology right here. Since we talking Raelism, everybody, let's hit the like and share button. Let's see if we can get the numbers up, y'all. Let's do it real quick. Hold on. So check this out. The whole symbolism that we see in Raelism is dealing with the uterus. It's dealing with, I told you before, the spookism. This is from Mesoamerica, where you got a man beaming up. And this ain't talking about UFOs. Today, they will show you this and try to turn it into UFOs, but that was a magic mushroom. Why was the mushroom magic? Because it was a gateway into the ethereal realms. Simple. Now, if you look at the spores of, and just to prove my point about how they turned the mushrooms into a UFO ship, because really we was going to these other worlds by taking mushrooms. They came and banned all our mushrooms, and now they want us to go to other worlds with Neuralink. Man, I'd rather take the mushrooms. Now check that out. Don't you know that when you talk Raelism, ufology, going out of the body, leaving the earth, all of the symbolism associated with that is based on the mushroom. And the spores coming from the tip of the mushroom are like the light rays shining around the pharaoh Aten. This is Jesus' crown of thorns, by the way, Christians. You know, Jesus said, I'm the light. Let's look at the way a lighthouse shine and look at the Last Supper. Jesus lived through all of his disciples, which means each of those 12 disciples was just a projection of Christ, the lighthouse. I know this shit is blowing y'all mind. Think of it this way, Captain Planet, right? Each planeteer is holding some of Captain Planet's energy. And until they all release that portion of energy they got, they can't manifest the Most High, which is Christ in the middle, just like Captain Planet. So this is why Christ chopped up his body and gave it to each disciple, the same reason Captain Planet chopped up his energy and gave it to each planeteer. That energy is called a chakra. Each of these rings is a chakra ball. And once all of the chakras align, you get Captain Planet, just like that. Just like when they took all the pieces of the body of Asa and brought them back together and he resurrected. That'll be like the Last Supper in reverse. That'll be like all of these disciples taking Christ's body and giving it back to Christ. And so that Christ can resurrect in the middle of the table, like Captain Planet. People, this concept is very old. Keep liking and sharing the video, because if you think this is an important message, our goal is to get 1,000 viewers with these series per show. When we going deep like this, we got to have goals, and that's what we want to do. But just to go on into realism here, because I'm going to keep teaching regardless. All of the religions is based on realism. When you look at an observatory, which is, you know, that the most advanced observatory that they going by is the Vatican thing. I think it's called a Lucifer. Let me see. So they said that the Vatican don't got a telescope called Lucifer. But that's what the brief, it ain't called Lucifer, the acronym means Lucifer. But my whole thing is this Lucy or Lucifer telescope or excuse me, my bad, observatory. Only thing I want to say is if you look at the observatory and think of an Olmec helmet, or if you look at this observatory and think of a Teflon, think of what I told you about the Teflon, right? Watch this. The Teflon is a cube on the forehead that on a spiritual level, it opens up to release Jack out the box. When we talk about Jack in the box, your pineal gland, when you say, man, that's jacked up, I'm screwed up. Yeah, let me show you something. You living in this world is being screwed because it's like a light bulb screwed into the socket. And when we see this little ball right here is really what we are. This what leaves the body upon death. And them having this box on their head on an ethereal realm, that box is opening up and it's allowing light, this man's soul to leave his body. That's how you get the unicorn. He's a unicorn. You know the symbol of hold on, let me show you. You know how they got Jack popping up out the box? It comes from this. When you think of Christ on the cross, here's why Christ was on the cross. Christ is the light. He told you that. He's the God ball. And when he's ascending up out of the earth cube, this is what it looked like. When all of us open our doggone mind up, it looked like an observatory. You see what Moses showing you? How did the unicorn get to the other side of the rainbow? Because this is one of the folklores dealing with the unicorn, and it's similar to the leprechaun. What is the dark side of the moon? What is the other side of the rainbow? It's literally the other side. It's this whole transitional aspect of us navigating through the wall, as Pink Floyd say. But basically, becoming a species that's no longer bound by the ethers. That's what's happening on Earth. Now, what's happening on Earth is some of us are having this awakening of traveling to the other sides. I had it myself, astral projection. We're inheriting this ancient spiritual gift naturally. And then they using everything to stop it too, with pausing and all that. But they want everybody to rely on technology to do it. They can't stop the awakening. So what they could do is offer technology while destroying the natural things that would govern this natural awakening, like mushrooms. And countries, some countries, they use mushrooms as antidepressants, and the depression levels are the lowest in the world. Now think about that. We weren't taking antidepressants in Mesoamerica. They banned mushrooms, but it's natural. It's a doggone pizza topping. A nigga, if I get caught with this pizza topping, I'm going to jail. See how that sound? But I can get the synthetic stuff that's gonna hurt my spiritual side and hurt my spirituality. Now watch this. Look what Moses is showing. When we wanted to observe the universe, we didn't do it in these big old doggone sky observatories. When we wanted to observe the universe, we went out of our body and literally went to the fucking heavens. Come on, bro. When our ancestors said, I want to study the stars, they went up there to do it. You just don't know how to get up there to study the stars. Let me share some with y'all. You know why it ain't no stars in space? Because space is fake. But guess what? Here go the crazy part. When you get to a certain height, it ain't no stars. You don't see the stars no more. The stars that we see from the ground are made to be seen from the ground. It's no different than me building a crop circle and you saying, well, while I can't see it from the ground, because it's a huge ass crop circle that's intended for you to look at it from the air down. And this is what the sky is. It's intended for you to look at it from the ground up. Which is why when you get so high in the heavens, it's hard to find a star. Because it's like you gotta have this certain angle in order to even see a rainbow. And you can be seeing a rainbow 1 minute and turn a corner, and because you at a certain angle, you don't see the rainbow no more. It's like it's unique to your perspective. Same with a lot of stuff in the heavens. So it's made to be viewed from a certain angle by design. But let's go deep into this concept. I don't want to, waste too much time. This concept of Moses getting the people to the other side, what you got to think of a beam of light coming out this observatory. That's no different than this man Tefillin open. When his Tefillin open up, it looks like the open box. When this light ejects up out of the brain, and when they start creating technology that would allow us to jack open, remember, jack open, in order for Jack to get out the box, he got to jack it open. If you look at Samson's body, he's resembling a jack. And think of this Kundalini energy in Samson's spine. And as it spirals, his arms pushes outward, and just like a jack, it opens up these pillars. This how you get, this why we call it a jack. Think about what's happening at the top of the crown. Jack, right, is a tool that we use. This is a little bitty tool that can lift up a big ass car. Jack is Atlas, lifting up the world. The Egyptian scarab beetle, lifting up the pineal gland. You get what I'm saying? Drop a one if y'all get. There's a reason for all of these folklore and stuff. Atlas is a form of Samson. When we see Samson stretching his arms that break open the two pillars, he's opening up the sky canopy. This is what's going on. This is another form of Samson right here, the god Anu, which is the root word of Anunnaki, the ones that are able to traverse the ethers, these interdimensional beings. We're Anunnaki too, y'all. Don't let that scare you. Once we get this gift back, we will be just like the Anunnaki that we read about. Now, watch this. When we look at Samson, Samson was an Anunnaki. If you rearrange the word Samson, you get the word Mason. That G in the middle of the square and compass is the word God, and that is you and me. The world around us is the prison we gotta break out of, like a caterpillar in a cocoon. See, the thing about this butterfly here, the first time that it spreads its wings is when it's gonna shatter its world, just like Samson. Just like Samson. See, when Samson decided to open his arms, he was able to break free. And see, ain't no looking back. Flight take place after that. The thing about it, you're asleep right now inside of an incubator and you're dreaming. But when you wake up from the dream and stretch, this whole world around you will be ripped away from your eyes like a veil. And those, you know how like when you wake up in the morning and you stretch, when we die, our soul awakens from a sleep. And when it gets up, it stretches. And when it roars, the vibration opens up a portal in the heavens. And when it stretches, it realizes it got wings to fly through that portal. So our soul yawns and stretches, and that's the MGM line. Vibration can push the waters aside. Vibration is what can open up this ether. And so when our soul awakened from the simulation and that yawning, no energy is wasted in the universe. The yawning soul becomes the vibration that's used to beam its portal up out of here. And the stretching souls becomes the Most High letting you remember that you can fly, you got wings. The butterfly don't gotta learn how to fly. It comes right up out of there for the first time knowing how to fly. You know why? Because in its sleep, it's already a butterfly. That's what I'm telling. That caterpillar ain't wasting time while it's sleeping. It's running a simulation in a dream world of already being a butterfly. So when it break out the cocoon, nobody got to teach it how to fly. It learned how to fly in its sleep. The baby don't have to learn how to reach for the nipple. The baby don't have to learn how to be a baby. For that 9 months when the baby is asleep, it already ran a simulation of its walking on the ground, the picture what mama looked like. It ain't wasting time in that sleep. It's projecting itself into the world that it perceives around him through sound, vibration, all that, and picturing itself moving around in that world. And that's by design. so that it's already get acquainted to what the world it's about to be born in before it's born in it. So there's certain things that babies just know. No one got to teach it, just like this butterfly, just like Samson. So when those baby birds start spreading their wings in that nest, they realize it just ain't enough room in here for us no more. So by the time those birds go to spreading their wings in that nest and they getting bigger and bigger, wings getting longer, they realize I got to leave the nest. That's what's happening. When you think of the, I want everybody to like and share the video here. We talking about realism and ascension. Listen, when you look at this, this is called a chrysalis. This is the same story of Christ. Resurrection. And they told this in the Neo movie, The Matrix. This tree of life represents your spinal cord leading up to your brain splitting. And the way out of this world is through the Crease or the Christ. Christ is the way, the truth, the light, as they call it. The Crease is the Christ. The salvation is Christ. Before we said salvation was Christ, we said salvation was Crease, Christos. They changing it to throw you off. Christ represents Crease, a crease. You see here? He represents a split that leads to liberation up out of Sheol, up out of this underworld. So Jonah, the same thing. And this is what the Raelian people are trying to reverse engineer with technology. But they got to have this worldwide alien scare for us to fall for it. Everything got to be them creating a problem so that this can be the solution. When they tell you aliens are taking over the earth and shooting at us, boom, 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 ain't nothing we can do and everything falling apart, the only way is to leave the earth. And now the mind uploading. Boom, we cross over, we go to the other side. The Hebrews were the people from the other side. The Hebrews were the people from the other side. And when you talk about the other side, people can say that's the other side of the Mississippi River. That's the other side of the Pacific Ocean. That's the other side of my grandma's house. No, that's the other side of my behind. That's the other side of my backyard. Everybody want to tell you what the other side is, but it don't specify. It just say people from the other side. And guess what? That leads you to believe only one thing. That this other, because during that time, those ancient Christians was talking about communicating with the dead and talking to demons and summoning demons and angels to talk to. How was they doing it? With technology like what we're about to use today to do the same thing. Alexa, technology that can communicate with these different layers of our reality. The more advanced technology gets, the more our technology will be able to permeate and pierce through these different dimensions of our makeup, of our reality. The spirit realm is one of those dimensions. And what I'm telling you is that religion have already created the technology to meet us in the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is what we're calling the astral realm. That's what the Bible talk about, a war in the heavens. That's playing out on the earth right now in the form of the information war. Words. Words represent the war in the heavens. These debates we having, science and technology, different rights, political debates. That's the stars and astrology playing out the value systems, showing who we really are and what we stand for. But that's going on in the heavens, but it's playing out through us on earth. And that's going to lead to us humans doing everything on a physical realm that already happened on a spiritual. But once they know that, they can start rewriting our actions. They can start rewriting our interpretation of the stars above, which will dictate our actions below, because we still subconsciously are governed by the heavens, and we still know that things like astrology are real. Now, when we look at the human brain, we are looking at Atlas holding up the world. Let me see if I can pull him back up for you. Look at your brain. What is this brain holding up? It's holding up this heavy ass ball, but in that ball is your whole world. That's what you're not getting. There is no world around you. You're projected. This is like a dream and happening inside of you. See, you know, like a teacher have a projecting machine, and where the light is aimed at is where the movie will be projected at. Hold on. Now, if there's no place for that light to land, we won't see no movie. There have to be a landing point. I got news for you. You see the ground that you walking on right now? It's called land for a reason. I'm going to say this one more time. Polaris is in the middle of our circle. It's projecting our whole reality downward. And as it projects downward, it makes a triangle. This is the eye with the triangle below it. That's our universe. But this is what it really looked like. It's a machine, bro. Polaris, or the all-seeing eye that can see everything, is because it's projecting everything. The one-eyed Cyclops god is a projecting machine. It's projecting our whole simulation, but it needs a landing point. Guess what a landing point is? In the back of your brain. This is where our whole reality is taking place at. This whole movie that you think is happening around you, bro, it is really happening right here. So let me explain something to you real quick and let you grasp and digest that for a minute. Once we understand that our universe has been, and this is something that the ancestors been understood, that our universe was projected, and it was a projection of light. Now look at Atlas here. Look at Atlas, and let's go back to that brain again. Let's make these connections and we'll move on. We want to make them with the symbols. We want them locked inside of our third eye. Our third eye learns from symbolism, and our second eye, first eye, learns from the words and all that stuff. We teach in every aspect of ourselves. Anybody leaving the symbols out, they're a slick talking motherfucker who don't want to show and prove. And then, boy, these doggone city slickers good at that. Now let's go ahead and show you Atlas holding up the world, because they try to laugh you. Oh, that's pseudo. Everybody like to use the word pseudo, right? And that's just their way of saying you thinking for yourself. What you saying ain't come from nobody. It's resonating with an awakening within you, so it's pseudo. But check this out. I didn't create Atlas. They don't say Atlas is pseudo, because the Greeks marvel at their deities and stuff like that. And we finna go into some deep stuff, y'all. Now look at Atlas holding up the world. Why is Atlas holding up the whole world in his hand? Why you think they sang that song? Who's holding up? See the brain stalk right here, holding up the brain? That's Atlas, man. This was the ancestors' way of teaching science. Atlas represent your brain stalk, holding up the pineal gland. You see Atlas from a side view right here. Now, if I flip this brain around to a front view like this, and you imagine this whole, now the whole world is inside of this little ball. That's why he's holding up the whole world. Why do you think the stars and all of that is inside of there? Because our whole reality is being projected from the inside out. The body is a stand that is allowing a crystal ball to project the simulation around it. I hope that don't confuse you what I'm saying. It goes back to what I was showing you earlier about the crystal ball. Holding up the world in your hand. This is another form of atlas. Atlas. All right? All of this is the same concept. That our entire universe is inside of our mind. This is the entire world right here. And once it started project outward, it recreates another you in the outer world. And that other you is your body. And it's housing this inner world that we all create in heaven back here, which is the original projection point for this whole simulation. Now, if you don't get everything I'm saying now, you will. Don't worry, you're getting it in you. And over time, it always, trust me, I know how the mind works. Now, check this, y'all. As this thing open up, it's like the Teflon open up so that the mind can project out of the body. This whole observatory is what the body is. But the body will fail to observe its reality if the mind is closed, if the brain is closed. You are the observatory. You are the observer. So why aren't we taking in the world around us and understanding it? Because we're not using the most precious gift we possess, and that's our mind. We rather use a machine over here that mimics your mind and your brain. I told you, people can look through this thing at the stars all day while destroying the earth and failing to understanding reality. But until they go to the heavens, they will not have a relationship with the Most High. And I've been to the other side. I've lucid dreamed. I've astral projected. I'm acquainted with the other me on the other side. And if till you do it, you'll laugh like everybody else. We're the true alien abductees, the ones who astral project, the ones lucid dreaming. We come back and we tell you, yo, I was out of my body. I was in another world. And it was another, yeah, and you say you crazy, just like you tell the alien abductees. But the sad thing is they telling the alien abduction people that their story is more believable than the people who said that they had an out-of-body experience on their own. Even the government, and I'm about to pull up articles about the Vatican and the government right now. They letting these nutcases go out there and say, I was abducted. Salutes to young Pharaoh. I know it's a lot of people's got the alien abduction story being operated on. To me, it's corrupting the truth, because the real out-of-body experience is what Raelism or alienism is hiding behind abduction crap and rapture talk. Now, check this out, y'all, because there's a lot we got to talk about, and we just getting started, man. Here is what we call the drop box symbol. Remember that this open box looks like a diamond. Look at it, man. You see the diamond with the ball of light in the middle? That's an eye, man. That's an eye. That's a eye. That's no different than this image right here, son. Check it out now. If you turn this thing 90 degrees to the left or right, you will see it is a diamond. Have you ever saw Jay-Z do the one eye? What is that diamond with the eye in it? Here it is. You see the diamond, a reptilian eye, the third eye representing the crease. There was a god called Vulcan, and the fire coming out the volcano represent the The fire at the top of the volcano is the all-seeing eye. The volcano is the pyramid that's missing a capstone. That's Vulcan. So when the fire shoots out the volcano, that's like Jonah shooting out the whale. It's your consciousness being beamed off of the earth, which is why I'm showing you the astronaut helmet is just the sperm cell. And even when you open it up to show arrival, you get this third eye symbolism. It's a Pokemon ball allowing the soul to release. Look at this. You can see the eye right there. This the God they worship. You see, this sacred geometry is all over the place, man. It's all over the world. And when you talk about unfolding a cube, which is what Islam and Christ is all about, cracking the Rubik's Cube to free the soul from the labyrinth, right? Let's go into it. Y'all think that the cross and the cube are two different symbols, and you don't understand why Christianity and Islam is the same religion. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Abrahamic faith, it's the same religion. The cross is nothing but the six-pointed star, the tetrahedron. The tetrahedron ain't nothing but an open box, family. Think of an open box right here. It's gonna look like a star or a plus sign. And the light that's coming from it, the center of this star, is the true soul leaving the fucking matrix. See, let me show you something. The star ain't nothing but an opening in the sky. You see this Enoch artwork? Let me show you what a star is. Here go a star right here. See, the light that you see twinkling from the star ain't got none. You got to ask yourself, how is that light reaching you through the darkness? Because the star is actually a tear in the ether or a bubble in the ocean. Think of what is a bubble in the ocean? It's a rip in the ocean. It's a tear in it. Because if the ocean is all water, something break in that water, and that's called a bubble. All of the water stop there and form around this hollow opening called a bubble, just like these magnetic ley lines of light. All of the light that is creating our holographic simulation is bleeding in from our earth from Polaris, the source light. And it's in the pattern that it make. Think of a hose pipe. Think of a fireman hose that you aim at the ground and the water pattern. Let me see if I can show this. I don't know if I can show this, but if you spray a hose pipe at the ground and let the water splash, right? It will make this same pattern. Let me see if I can find it, because that's hard to show. Here it is. I found it. So our universe is like a triangle of light. When you talk about the all-seeing eye above the pyramid, the all-seeing eye is the source of all the light. That would be the hose pipe. That's the North Pole. And all the light pouring out of that is what we make our simulation with. See, let me show you how they showed this in Egypt. This is what they showed in Egypt. That our whole reality is being projected. Remember, I just showed you the projecting machine. And the projecting machine makes what? A triangle from the source. And and that triangle leads back to the source of light, and that's why the pyramid can never be capped. Let me show you something. This pyramid will always be missing a capstone. You know why? Because the heaven gates are open. Once I cap this thing, it won't be a pyramid no more. You get it? Do you get it? The uncapped pyramid, y'all. You can't cap it because it'll destroy the pyramid. it's capped by this source. Why don't you cap a volcano? Because that thing gonna erupt. The volcano is capped by the fire that comes out the top of it. That means that is not capped. And at the most highest point of this volcano is basically the point that's projecting everything downward, which would be the hose pipe in this case. So once we look at this pattern that the hose pipe is making, now think about not only this though, but think if you hold this up against a wall, it'll make this pattern. If you take a high pressure hose pipe and just spray it up against a wall, it'll make this pattern. And the reason I'm bringing that pattern up is because that's all flat earth is about. Flat earth is a earth that is projecting itself from a central point outward. All of these magnetic ley lines that you see are leading to a hole in the middle of our earth. And that hole is what's projecting our whole existence, the light of our reality, the light of creation. So at this middle point of this, you have this beam line. And once it make contact with the ground, boom, all of the water breaks, ready, break. Just like you see in this window glass, a break. See, and all of the energy breaks away from the point of impact in a perfect spider web pattern. Ain't nothing random in nature. The secret to everything is Big Bangism. You see this mushroom? The reason that you can connect with the other side with these mushrooms, because they are literally individual breaks in the ether, and the spores that we see are leading to the most high point at the tip of that mushroom, what broke the spores outward, which is why I showed you Jesus earlier breaking up the bread, spreading it at the Last Supper table. He got to break the bread and spread it at that table, and they're basically teaching what I'm teaching you here. All right, so hold on a minute. I just had that image and now I can't seem to. Let me bring that back up. See, actually, you could picture it in your head, the Last Supper table. Jesus is breaking the bread at the middle of the table and spreading it around the table to all his disciples. See, Jesus is the Crease. Y'all don't realize that Jesus' last name ain't Christ. Jesus don't have a last name. Jesus' title is the Christ. And that's an ancient way of saying the Crease. Jesus, the Crease. Jesus is representing the crease point that leads out of the earth, or the beam portal in the middle of our earth. You see it? Think of a straw. A straw is a crease. It's a lane, a tube, a alleyway, a cut, right? So Jesus is personifying the crease. Jesus, the crease or the Christ. And the god Shua, Shu is personifying the crease in the middle of the universe. Nut and Gab and Shu. Shu represent the North Pole, the crease, that cut that leads out of here. That what I just showed you, Moses is showing. This is what it represents. This is what Christ represents. A hole in the middle of our universe that leads out of the thing. That's why he said, I'm the way to heaven, because he's the highest point. And what is the highest point on this picture? The hose pipe. And what is the hose pipe? A crease, a tube. So this pipe would be personifying Christ, the crease. And he said, I will pour my spirit over the earth, over all man. When it's talking about pouring out the spirit of God over the earth, the light of creation, which is allowing for the simulation to exist from the top down. One of the biggest mysteries in the conscious community is, how can a pyramid be created from a top down? And I've already answered this question. Think of an hourglass with sand in it. This is how a pyramid can be created from the top down. If you start to think about a pile, this is how a pyramid is created from the top down. And that is the symbol. Let me show you something. Whenever you see a pyramid with a beam of light attached to it, remember, y'all, that they want you to think that that beam of light is coming out of the pyramid when it's the other way around. That beam of light is literally creating the pyramid from the top down, just like this hourglass. You see? And when you talk about a pyramid being created from the top down, boom, you're talking about projection. Think of this hose pipe. Think of that movie projector machine. That's how you create a pyramid from the top down. And the pyramid that's created from the top down is projecting all of us into creation, which is why the Pharaoh is showing you this. So the pyramid created from the top down. Let me stay on that for a minute, because that's one of the biggest mysteries, right? Man, the pyramids was created from the top down. I wonder how they did it. No, they're not talking about the physical pyramids. They are talking about the ethereal realms. These are the pyramids that were created from the top down. The pyramid that's created from the top down cannot have a capstone, because the source that's creating it is creating it from the top down, and that's where its capstone would be. So that capstone is replaced by a symbol for God. And the reason that this pyramid will never have a capstone is I can't do nothing but show you these images right here, man. If the pyramid being created from the top down, what's turning it into a pile of sand or a pyramid is the beam line coming from the top down. I mean, that's capping it. So this pyramid will never receive a capstone. It'll just expand and get bigger and bigger based on a pouring in of sand. And that's called an expanding universe. That's why the Tower of Babel get bigger and bigger. This pyramid will get bigger and bigger and taller the more sand we pour down on it. But it'll never have a capstone. Now, don't that sound like the Tower of Babel? Yeah, let's pull it up. Same concept. Let me show you another way you can look at it from around the world. The cup that overfloweth forever and ever, the Holy Grail. That's what we're looking at. Here go the Tower of Babel being tore down. They told this story of the tower being knocked down by God. Look at here. God ain't knocked no tower down. God the one creating the tower. They told you a lie. And let me show you how crazy it is. You know the symbol for peace, right? Watch this. Peace is really, when we find peace, is when we learn this knowledge that I'm giving you. How to get out the body. This beam line is leading to the heavens. But this pyramid represents the simulation. That's the great fall from the heavens. That's the great fall. All of that sand, that's the great fall, and everybody playing a role in building this hell down here. But let me show you some. Ascension back to the top, beaming back up is the goal. So you look at this peace symbol. Peace represents a chamber. A piece is a cut. It's a lane. It's a tube. If I say I cut a piece out of it, or I left a hole in it, peace is Christ, Crease. Christ was standing on top of a mountain because Christ represents this beam of light. He said, I'm the light. The reason Christ standing on top of the mountain, because he's the source that created the mountain. Remember, this hose pipe is the one standing on top of that water mountain. That line of sand is the one mounted at the top. Christ is this beam line of light on top of the mountain. Surrounding him are the two thieves, the sun and moon, that's trying to pull him to one side to get him to fall down because he's tight roping. I showed you that earlier. This is why Christ got his arms out, balanced like Ma'at. When we make it to this center point in the heavens, if you don't want to fall, you got to have balance. You already did this before and you failed. You failed. And that's how you ended up in this universe. In between these lifetimes, this is what we're doing. And I can show you images all over the world that show you this. That when you leave this earth and you make it to the highest point, that point is so thin, just like the tip of a pyramid. It's hard for you to balance up there unless you Christ, unless you strip away the dead weight, get rid of all the bullshit, and then you can move further in this walk. Because this is what we're doing on the ethereal realm. And this is why, see, they trying to pull you to the left and the right. That's the two thieves. If your energy ain't being put to one side, then just like my eye, you got balance, ain't no scale tilted, and you can make it across. But if you fall down, you gotta climb all the way back up and start where you left off at, and that's what we doing now. We gotta climb back up this stairway of heaven and continue our journey. And what does that look like? A shooting star. When you on this thing, this the beam line. When Christ ascended to the sky, Christ is representative of this tethering line. As your whole soul is gonna be, your soul is light, right? But when your soul leaves this earth, it's gonna leave it in a laser beam form. Nature gonna compress your soul. That's why I'm showing you Christ in the form of this laser beam, this little line. When they said Neo is the one, Neo was the Christ. But when they talking about the one, they talking about the laser beam. The one was mounted on top of Calvary. Even in the Matrix, the one, Neo, he was on that Babel tower. See, so Christ is the one, or Neo. And when you think about that, is represent like Christ saying, I'm the light. But as Christ leaves the pyramid, which is the earth simulation, he leaves it through a projection point at the middle of the earth. There's this sort of like an elevator system. And depending on what we've done on the earth, determine on how balanced and how straight and how upright we project when we leave. So Christ, all of the light in your body is going to burst out of this earth, but it's going to form a single line and leave here like Christ in a beam. All of what you are will be compressed in a beam of light, just like Makakaku showed you. That's what they reverse engineering. And what this looks like, it looked like Jonah getting spit up out of a whale's mouth. Look at it.
Oh my God!
All I'm doing is showing you how all of this symbolism got turned into realism and all that. Yeah, when we see Jonah getting spit up out that whale's mouth, you can see the whale's mouth right there. Here go, y'all see the whale's mouth? That's the peace symbol. This the mouth of the whale that's spitting Jonah out, which is this beam of light. That's like an observatory opening up its things apart, splitting the waters like Moses, letting the people cross to the other side. And they said, so they called it people from the other side, the Hebrews. See, let me tell you what happened. Just like we doing today, we're going to cheat death. And people that die can come back and forth from our side back to the realm of the dead. And we can do it too. So at that point, death won't exist because it'll just be a gateway that we using for traveling dimensions. And that's what it always was. So long time ago, they opened this portal up and they allowed the dead to walk the earth and the living to explore the realm of the dead. Souls started getting mixed up in these realms. Soul harvesting and pirating became prevalent. And basically what happened was, like with the pharaohs trying to cheat death, be gods, they found the way to close the portal. And then what's happening now is that that you can only keep it closed for so long, just like all dams got an expiration date. Every dam in the world got to break one day. So this dam that was built, this ethereal dam that has trapped souls in this place for the past couple hundred years, is opening up now. It's been breached. And the light from the other side is shining into this realm. And that's going to start an awakening here, a regaining of memory of what happened. And that's what's happening right now. So, but the thing about it is, it'll be like, just think about this. When we open up this portal in about 2050 and cheat death, and dead people can walk in this dimension, and we can go into the metaverse, into the dead people's dimension. Think about what's going to happen when that shit fail and that system gets shut down. Some people going to get stuck on the other side. We're going to open up a portal, and some of the people that die going to be able to cross back over into the realm of the living. And some of the people that's living gonna be able to go and explore the realm of the dead. That's what we're gonna do in the near future. But how long will the portal stay open? Because my research shows this happened before. And the portal closed and souls got trapped on each side. And that was by design. So we got some people on this earth walking among us that are really dead, meaning they are just dead spirits that cross over into this realm when we open up the portal. You get what I'm saying? They had already died before. But since we cheated death in the past, those old spirits was able to cross back over. Like I was saying, we already did this before. But when the portal closed in the past, a lot of those spirits from the dead got trapped in the realm of the living, and a lot of the spirits from the realm of the living got trapped in the realm of the dead. It'll be like if you traveling to goddamn China, and next thing you know, a war break out with China. You trapped over there. Ain't gonna be no more travel allowed from like China, depending on how the war is. This has happened before. When they closed the passports, closed the shit off, and some people that's traveling, they get trapped over there for a minute. Same thing on a spiritual level. We wanna move on.
Please like and share the video, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
At some point on this earth, y'all, and I'm gonna show you something about this symbol. If you look at the priest hat, and I'm about to load you up and show you something. If you look at the symbol right there, it's the same as this one. The whale is the world. Jonah and the whale, genie in the world. You're a genie inside of a world. They turned that into Jonah inside of a whale. They playing with y'all. I'm telling you now, all of this symbolism is gonna free you. Look at this. This is ancient Hindu. This is what the Hindus said happens at the North Pole. They said souls ascend this tower to the heavens. Would you look at that? Don't that look like a whale? Tell me that we don't get this same thing about Christ with his arms open on Mount Calvary, even when you go to SeaWorld. See, when you go to SeaWorld, the symbolism is telling you, man, hey, look at your world. See the motherfucking world. I'm just bullshitting. Back on track, though. See, when Jonah leave that whale, that caterpillar breaking out of that cocoon, that whale's mouth is open only a little bit. So for you to break out of here, you got to get light, empty your bag, and be able to squeeze through. So this is all dealing with cosmology of leaving the earth. And then it got turned into some Raelism and some UFO ships and harvesting our souls to these archons, you know? And even, you know, so let's just go through a little bit more symbolism with this. Everybody hit the like and share button. So again, the peace symbol, we can see, right? Christ leaving the pyramid, right? Same thing right here. As a beam of light. Same thing. That beam of light that's spitting up out is splitting our world. When Samson is in between the two pillars, he's in the middle of this tube right here, and he's stepping up to this higher heaven, to another platform. That's why when you pull up Samson and the two pillars, he's on a high platform. He ain't on an earth realm with all them other people. He stepped up to another realm through that portal, breaking out of it like the light you see. But now let's read a little bit about Realism and its leaders and go into how in the occult, some more stuff of how they, you know, dumb us down. And we can start closing this little screen share up and go to some reading now, reading in our articles and shit. So again, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, all of that is right here in the Saturn cult. I'm gonna be doing future streams exposing the Moors. I'm gonna be exposing Noble Drew Ali. I'm gonna be exposing the Circle 7 groups and the 5%ers and all that. Ain't nobody gonna get no motherfucking pass, nigga. I'm gonna whip y'all niggas behind practicing some shit you don't understand, and it goes against your people, and I'm gonna expose it too. Now check this out, y'all. This represent the crown chakra. We went over this in the last one. How the reason that they got them wings up there on his head. Let me go to this real quick. I've fucked around and opened up so much stuff, I done messed my slide order up, but it's no biggie. Hold on. Okay. So this is what we want to deal with. Because the beamline that they reverse engineering, we already went over it, is right here within us. Now let me show you how this thing works. Remember what I showed you about the hose pipe? Now let's go back to the CERN beam so we can tie all this together and move to the next part, because I'm still got a lot of more stuff about realism and Aleister Crowley and the leaders and all them. Remember that beam that I showed you from CERN, what they reverse engineering the silver beam? This is in you. Now when that laser beam gets outside of you, then the light start to expand again, like this hose pipe. Imagine all the water ascending up the tube of this pipe, right? And when the water get to the end of the tube, it start to expand. That's what's happening right here with you. Look. When they talk about the Kundalini rising, let me show you. It's like the water rising inside of that hose pipe tube. You see here? And it'll spray up out your head like a triangle. See, when the Kundalini rises, that's like the water rising up the tube of this hose pipe. Then when it gets out of the tube, it now expands, it spreads its wings and fly, becomes a bird. What is that expansion? It start to project another world above the head. That's called dreaming. It's the upside down, the up and the down. Let me show you what's going on. Where my movie projector machine at? That triangle that you see busting up out of the head, that's you now. You done left your body, and now you projecting another reality. You projected into another reality. And now what's in that box right there is a whole nother universe called a dream. You just went to a parallel universe. Now, when it's time for you to wake up from your dream, the third eye will collapse this whole box, suck it in like a beam, and spit it back out, back down this other side, this root chakra down here. And it'll launch back out, it'll spread back out again. And it'll recreate you back in this world again, or the base world, the root world. Down here, it'll spread out down here at the root chakra. And you'll be like, yo, I was in this other world. Yeah, all of that root chakra energy that's coming out of you at the bottom, just like the water coming out this hose pipe, that energy gets sucked up through a tube, and it beams itself up and above you, and it spreads back out again. And when it spreads back out again, it just is launching a whole nother simulation. And it keep doing that to travel these parallel universes. It collapses one world, and it implodes one world and explodes the other one simultaneously, like waking up from a dream or falling asleep into a dream. And this is what's called a third eye. When it blinks and opens up again, it'll be a new movie on the screen. But what they talking about, our awakening, we're about to really move into a whole nother universe that's finna fade into our reality. And a lot of people ain't gonna notice it, because what's happening is the collective consciousness of humanity is ascending at this time, just like the water ascending on this hose pipe. And that represent our journey with technology and terraforming our earth. And the other side of that wormhole would be a whole nother world. What is it called? A metaverse that man has made. As man traveled through this time line or this tube, on the other side of this wormhole, this false illusion of time in a line or a tube, was man discovering that time really don't exist. And when he do that, he become a time traveler, not bound to time, but now an infinite being, multidimensional on the other side right here. So man now start to project his own universe, and in it, he's infinite. That's what they're getting us prepared for right now, immortality. But in this new universe made by atom or meta atom, this God, this ancient soul, these ancient cabal of spirits that's been using this glitch for their benefit to harvest souls for eons. They have now found the way to create a simulation that can stand the test of time, if you will. So think of an infinity dam. Think of a dam that can never break. But they telling you this is a body that can never age to throw you off, right? Because what's happening is your soul is like water trying to flow, but it's trapped in the body. And the only way is to break out of the body. Now, we call that death or out-of-body experience in a lot of religious, spiritual systems, all of that. And in birth, we say the water broke. And it's this whole significance of waters breaking upon arrival for that reason. So the thing is, you do have a soul that's inside of the body, and it have to break through the body. So that's why in all the religions, they say that the body was damnation. The body was sin. The body was unholy and filthy, because they looked at the body like a dam, something that was trapped in the soul and to lust. Like all of that stuff your body want, money, cars, women. Your spirit don't really want that. That don't really benefit your soul at all. That's just the pleasures of your body. So that's how you created religion, based upon people saying, well, the body is like a prison cell for the soul. And the early Christians was saying in order to break out the body is to starve it. Meaning don't go hungry, eat food, but all of your vices and lusts, the evil shit like the pleasures that we want, we don't do that. That kills the part of our soul that can only manifest its evil through a body. Because there's a part of us that exists that cannot do no evil. And the only way it can do evil is if it's born in an evil world through an evil avatar, a body. This is purgatory, where souls can now manifest evil. The laws of evil manifesting are applicable here. In the heavens, there can be no evil. Evil don't exist. Even though they told you about all that in religion, that ain't the way it works. So you have dissension below you and ascension above you. But the thing, I want to compare this to what we are, right? And how reality is. I'm doing the best I can trying to teach some advanced, very advanced stuff. So Christ wore a crown of thorns. Christ was personified as what? A rock. Now ask a Christian, why did they personify Christ as a rock, and why did they call him the Crease? Because the crease mean the hole or the opening. And the rock is what would have caused this opening, right? So Christ saying, I'm the light, think of this as the Big Bang explosion. You see here. This is what your macabre is. Your macabre, or your star body, or when we look at this image of Raelism, it's your portal back to the heavens. Everybody got their own portal. You can't use mine and I can't use yours. That's why when everybody die, they create their own white light in the heavens. The energy that you give off upon your death is the equivalent of the Big Bang, and that's what opens up the sky vault for you. Just like we see here with Enoch. Enoch had an out-of-body experience. You can create that energy without dying once you harness your kundalini. That's what yoga is about. And you can, these folks got equipment where they know that it's like, think of a Buddhist monk, right? He leaving his body and he's projecting up to like these high heavens. They can detect that energy, man. When they say, hey, a star just exploded over here. Nah, man, a ascended guru, Like, it's some beings on this earth, y'all, that's very skilled at ascension and projecting themselves out the body. And they so good at it that they know how to ascend to the highest of heavens and the lowest of hells, just like scuba diving. And these beings, think about it, we all giving off this energy when we break through the ether. When they saying, hey, a star just exploded here and there, man, that's a war going on in the heavens of ascended masters who are fighting above your head. Now, when you rise up to the level that they on, you will be one of those energies that they talking about. You'll be fighting this battle on a higher dimension. We're fallen angels, but we still fighting the same battle that's playing out in the heavens on a lower realm. Those gods that's fighting in the heavens, when they fall down to the earth realm, they end up niggas like me and you arguing about politics and shit. Arguing about, is it flat or is it globe? The wise man on the earth that's having the intellectual, technological arguments and shit like what we doing. And when you see that, it's basically veganism and natural science versus meat eating and technological-based vampirism science. And that's the same war going on in Olympia, but we the same gods that fail, we continuing it here in this realm. But there are higher realms with ascended masters that never fail, that's still fighting a war on high. And we will rise up to fight even on those levels as well. When you read about this same thing I'm saying in all of y'all religions, so why crucify me when I tell you the same thing, but just give you the real science behind it and the original concept? So why was Christ personified as a rock? Because that's how you create this pattern. Let me show you. This is why Christ was personified as a rock, because look at the artwork, fam. Christ wore a crown of thorns because he's the hole in the middle of this. Christ represent a consciousness that broke into this realm. That's how all of us was born. Christ means crease or gap or hole, cut or break. And that's why he got the crown of thorns on, because he represent this little hole. And they tell you Christ is the rock, because the rock is what caused the ripple effect or the break. And that rock was casted down. And you get the same story with Satan, because it's the Kundalini serpent. That serpent that was casted down was Serapis, Christ. He's a seraphim. He's a serpent god. And that all of us are serpent gods. That's what the Nagini, the genies are. The serpent, the Kundalini in you. And here go the genie right here. You see the serpents? Now check it out. What is the genie representing? This right here, the Merkaba. Your starship is your opening back to the heavens, and that's in your heart, man. That's in the heart. That's in the middle of the earth. You know why? Where is the break at? Where is the break? This opening connects all things. At the heart, at the center, the North Pole, the center, the Santa. So everyone's heart, when it stopped, will beam their consciousness back through the portal that they came to this earth that you made. In order for you to be in this earth, your consciousness had to break a hole through the ether. What they call breaking these seven seals, or breaking the seal, breaking the water. That play out as the mama water breaking in this realm. This I just showed you with Moses. This is what your blue six-pointed Merkaba ship is. Watch this. Our six-pointed star, our human macabre. That blue six-pointed star. Look over here. What this is, y'all, this is a break. I know you think it's a star, but I'm showing you what stars are. They are openings to another dimension.
Please like and share the video. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
So this is what stars are. So we see the genie here, we see Jesus similar, and what's coming from the chest. Look at Pop Smoke. Now, the machine that's projecting Pop Smoke's hologram onto that stage, the source of light from that machine is in the middle of his chest right here. This is why I keep showing you Jesus. The way that your body, your flesh, or your flash is projecting itself into this simulation right now is just the way we see Pop Smoke doing here. And again, you see the Pokemon ball. You see the Death Star. You see the soul trapped inside of a ball of light. And that is the prison, the Taurus field that you're in right now. We're all in it. You trying to break out of it. This is called a trick of Saturn. Now, if you look at this, what does it look like? The planet Saturn, right? When they say Saturn has your soul, it's because Saturn, Lucifer, is a false light system that's recycling souls in a false world. Look at what Saturn is. Now, this planet don't really exist. Not the way they showing it here. Of course, Saturn is in the sky. We can show you the star. But this, what I'm showing you here, and I'm not saying no, it don't look like that, but it's not 3D. It's not like exact. This is CGI. But what I'm trying to show you is that when they talk about Saturn harvesting souls, the symbol of Saturn is right here. You just got to open your eyes. You can see the planet Saturn has Pop Smoke soul. You can see the ball right here and the rings right here. And this is the whole Saturn trick for you to become a hologram. See what I'm saying? For you to be a Pokemon inside of that ball. But what's happening now, we breaking out of one old matrix that they already built, and they trying to make you a new matrix to go into. You can't fall for it this time. You fooled me twice, then I'm the fool at that point. Apparently, according to the Maya, we already fell for this trick one time. Guess when you forgot? Let me show you something. They telling you that you were a sperm that went into an egg because they lying to you and don't want you to know that you were a fucking genie, a spirit, an advanced spirit that got captured and your memory was wiped out. They just like the Pokemon ball, when they capture the spirit in a Pokemon ball, that happened to us. That's how we all get in here. But when you get here, they don't tell you that you were a ghost that was caught, Ghostbusters. You know how they catch the ghost in a little black cube? They don't tell you that. They wipe the memory of the war that took place in the heavens, and they say, yeah, you're a sperm that went in an egg. But really, this is what happened. You're a soul that went inside of this doggone Pokemon ball, this Saturn trick. Energy can't be created, which means your birth was a fucking lie, Neo. Well, so what was your damn birth then? It was when your soul landed inside of the box, you know, like Ghostbusters. Let me show you something. Because that black cube that they worshiping, that's the damn Saturn cube that's harvesting the soul. This right here. This what happened to us, but they told you you were a sperm went into an egg. Here's what happened to you. Just like Ghostbusters. They said a sperm went in the egg. No, the ghost fell into a CERN portal that they were stirring. The egg, let me show you what they, your mama egg, let me show you what they doing. When you look up a black hole in space, what did they give you? Saturn. Now, what did this represent? Watch this. People, this represent sperm being recycled in and out of a damn vortex. When they see all of that light that you see, that's sperm getting chewed up. That sperm getting chewed up, and when the sperm get chewed up in this crease, this is where the simulation at, with the firmament above you and the Sheol below you. This is our Earth right here in the Saturn matrix. So when you get spit out of this thing, you're gonna become a line of light again. But you hoping that you can break free from Saturn's matrix and that Saturn don't suck you up like a spaghetti noodle again. They teach a lot of folks said, oh man, Brother Sanchez speaking pseudoscience now. And a lot of people laughing at me, I know. But guess what? I'm gonna laugh at you, bro, because I'm teaching what science teaching right now. That let me know you ain't really into science. What I just taught was called spaghettification. When the sperm go into the egg, I told you the astronaut is just a damn actor. He's just carrying out a ritual of your childbirth. He's personifying the sperm cell connected with his tethering line, entering and exiting the mothership and going to the earth realm. It's a ritual. They call it sex magic because it's based on sex. Sex is the magic that hide this from you, because the way that they teach how you came to this earth, they said you were a sperm cell that won a fucking race to an egg, and that ain't what happened. It's so deeper than that. You are consciousness that your mama and daddy created a vortex, an opening, and they allowed your consciousness to enter this realm through that opening. The way that this sperm will spiral into the simulation, once it arrives in the hospital to be born, it's gonna be split just like the simulation. That's what I'm showing you. The path of the light shows you the Pokemon, but it's the secrets of it all. That's gonna turn into the brain with the split in the middle to remind you of the fall. See, the whole thing about this soul luring system that's luring our soul back in this trap, the only way it can trap you is to trick you, the trickster, Saturn. And if you could be tricked, that means you ain't ready to leave no way. You still a baby. You ain't matured yet. You care about being laughed at. You care about saying it's flat. They gonna laugh at you. The awakening gonna make you deny Christ or deny the Crease, to where Christ said, I'm gonna deny you too then. So you won't be able to access the Christ or the Crease, which is the gateway out. Because in order to do that, it comes with spiritual alignment. And if they got you mocking everything about this alignment within yourself, then you'll just keep on fooling around, clowning, laughing, and joking with the trickster, the laughing God that got everybody joking at the truth while he recycled them forever. So the thing about this system is, Once the light enters the doggone matrix, on the other side, this whole symbol of light becomes the code of that reality. And what does that represent? Balance. Balance. 50-50. In other words, this is punishment. And we fell into here because something we already, and you know what I think it is? I think we mocked this knowledge at some point and was recycled, because you have your memory deleted of your past recyclings. But when we accept this truth, it's set us free, just like it say. Now check this out. The thing about it is, when the light falls into this matrix and become a human being, all of the symbols for it to set itself free is represented by the same matrix that locked it up. In other words, the symbol of balance becomes the symbol of Saturn. In other words, on an ethereal realm, if you're scared of fear, is what's going to cause us to reincarnate. And then guess what? They said you got to be balanced, man, like Ma'at. So if you look at this entire school that we in, it's Saturn. But you know what? I'm going to say something to take away the spookism. I love Saturn, and I love this simulation that we're in. And you might say, well, Brother Sanchez, why you say that? Because a lot of what I've been teaching you is making you get scared of like the simulation, Saturn, but that ain't, you don't supposed to have no fear. And the reason I'm saying that is because Saturn is just a test. And it's like when you say estrogen and testosterone, right? That's in every human. Once you balance your estrogen and testosterone levels, you awaken the Kundalini. Estrogen is the word astro, dealing with the astral realm. Astrogen, the genie. The astrogenie. The feminine energy is what allow us to lead a body, the feminine energy. The masculine energy is what puts us in the simulation. In the man's world was literally created by ancient wise men. Now, once you get 50-50 with your energy levels, masculine, feminine, estrogen, testosterone, the testosterone is what? The test. The testosterone is the violent energy, but that's the test you. In other words, Mother Nature gave you a little bit of devil in you if you were a fallen angel. And if you were a rising demon, she gave you a little bit of angel in you. So the evil people in this world had to learn how to be good in order to even manifest up here, because they are lowly spirits from the depths of hell. And they was on their own path of ascension, meaning they were being good to get, this is the highest they can go though. You're a fallen angel. You can go higher than here. They can't. They can only drag you lower, and you can only pull them higher. This realm becomes a tug of war battle. A tug of war battle. And they told it as Vishnu having a tug of war game. And nobody really winning. Evil ruling sometime, good ruling sometime. Evil, sometime they pulling souls into hell, sometime they pulling them back up to heaven. And it's just endless war of just going on here. And it's war for the souls of man, pulling them into my realm, or you pulling them in, because this is a split realm. Look at what's happening. You can be pulled down into the underworld forever, just like you can go on this path of ascension to heavenly experiences upward forever, and because this is what we're looking at. Right here. Saturn with all the rings. Same thing, flat earth. And but let's talk about this UFO concept, because it was never a physical ship. It's an interdimensional ship, and any abductee would tell you, when I entered the spaceship, it was out of my body. There is not one alien abductee saying that they was in a physical ship. And that's something y'all need to pay attention to, because the foundation of realism is out of body experience. And it was never about a physical ship, meaning rockets. It was never about us going to space in rockets. The world was hijacked by alienists who wanted to get us fascinated with going to space just so they can say we're going to do it with mind beaming and human cloning. Because when you look up Raelism, that's what it's about. Matter of fact, I can read it to you. We already read it. Hold on. Let me go to. Realism holds that. Hold on. Let's read this, because it goes into that they need cloning to make this happen. Why do Raelism need cloning? Look, Raelism is about cloning. In other words, when man finally achieved cloning on the earth, it's going to be because it was secretly funded by Raelian organizations. And this is a part of Abrahamic groups who want your soul. The devil wants your soul. They want your soul. Let's clean this board off a bit and let's go deeper with this thing. Hold on. Let's go deeper with it, man. Let me get the screen shares I'm gonna need. Hold on a minute. Now let's go to, because I was finna go deep with this. Why do they need cloning to travel space? Because if you're gonna go out of your body, then you're gonna need another body when you get to the other side. That's what dreaming is, astral projection as well. All right, let's take some of this stuff off the screen we no longer need. It's confusing us. But again, look at the Fibonacci spiral here. That's what your Milky Way galaxy is. But it's not no galaxy in the middle of space. It's right here, man. It's right here. All of the stars in the sky are circling above Polaris. And they are ascending and descending just like a carousel. Let me show you something. They call it the clown collar. The clown collar is what these rings make. Because if you look at the carousel, yeah, they going in a circle, but they also going up and down, up and down. That creates a sine wave. Every animal making a sine wave. And when you go in a circle in a sine wave, guess what you make? A clown collar pattern. The clown is the clone, and his shackles is around his neck. Because if you look at the human torus field, it's around our neck portion. This Fibonacci spiral, that's the clown collar. The reason it's around your neck is because you're really at Polaris, and you projecting yourself outward into this earth and outward and downward into this underworld where we at. But your real true self is this middle star at the middle. That's your pineal gland. That's where you really at for real. You projecting your body down into this earth, but when in the middle of your brain is this star right here, and as your soul climb from the bottom of this earth up the spinal cord, your damn soul gonna also be ascending to Polaris at the same time. Your body is synced to this system, in other words. So when we having an out-of-body experience going to the heavens, Our soul is in a lower body that exists in this underworld. But as it climbs these heavens, it's because our true self is up here and it's pulling back in the consciousness from this realm, projecting it elsewhere. Now, the true self never left the center. It only projected itself outward and made an avatar in these other worlds to partake with everyone else. But in the middle is where you at, the true self. And you're wearing a doggone clown collar, see? And you're in a daze because your consciousness has been projected from the center and all of these light rays. And it's spinning around like that carousel ship. Remember the carousel? And that's how you get the clown collar pattern. So, you know, when you're dizzy, you see double and triple. And that's what's happening. We're creating this multiplicity when the soul fell asleep and went into a daze. The soul started to travel in a circle like a vortex. And then when it started spinning, we all went into Tasmanian devil mode. And in our spinning, we started spinning days on earth. Think about how we talk. We are spinning our days out in this realm, right? The soul is literally days and it got to spin it out. Meaning if I spin something, it just got to keep spinning till it settle out. And that'll be death. You'll fall down, go in the ground and fade away. Because the moment your body fading away, this illusion is fading away. The illusion of seeing double. You was knocked out. You was a fallen angel who was knocked out of heaven. And when you was knocked out, you started seeing double inside of this multiverse, what we see here. This is what's happening to our soul on a spiritual level and how duality was created when we was kicked out. If I knock you out, you see double. And that's how you get these chakras layers, these different versions of you. There's only one you, but until you wake up, you see all of these different versions of yourself. Or the clones or clowns or clones. So the Raelism is about stirring up, keeping that stirring going so that we can stay clowns forever or clones forever. And how you perpetuate that stirring is with Raelian technology. That is CERN technology. And I can show you that technology in ancient Christian artwork so you can see that ain't nothing new under the sun as well. When we say ain't nothing new under the sun, we saying ain't nothing new under the CERN. Hold on a minute. Here is Christ in front of the CERN. CERN is what's going to allow us to cheat death, resurrect, to become immortals, if you will. And if you look at CERN technology and you think of the Statue of Liberty, it's this blue statue with spikes, right? Now look at CERN. Their God was always a vault, a sky vault. Don't this look like a bank vault? Let me show you something. This is a vault that's gonna lock souls away. You already trapped in one of them now, and I'm trying to free you. I know I sound crazy, but you think I would spend hours on here if I'm not? I'm giving you the reality according to ancient people. And yes, ancient people, yeah, this stuff may sound crazy, but man, it's science behind this. So look, in the Hebrew, they talked about the sky vault. And that this vault that's allowing people to resurrect is what I'm showing you, Jesus Christ and Lazarus coming up out the tomb. The open tomb. It's the open vault. The MasterCard symbol. This is your MasterCard symbol, rolling the wheel away. This is your MasterCard. Why? Because it's the master The card is a slit, would allow him to skip through that little slit access, and a card, a thin card, give you access because this crack in the middle of the brain. You see it? So this was your MasterCard symbol with the two circles wheeling away. That's the Ouroboros, looking like the number 8 in a horizontal way. MasterCard, resurrection. Or open vault, man. Look at the open vault. This is what the sun and moon is. One is the open vault and one is the door side. So this is an open vault. And what we got here is they're trying to recreate their own vault system. Their own, you know, how our earth is made. Because if you look at the vault, right, the sky resembles the ground because these doors are in alignment to each other. That's the magnetic ley lines that you see on that vault. I just showed you the crack on the glass is making the same pattern, the spider web. CERN doing the same thing. Look at Jesus right here. Remember, Jesus is aligned with the middle of the vault, and he represents one, Neo, the laser beam. Check this out. Look at the mushroom, the beam stalk in the middle of the spores. This sacred geometry leads off of the earth, leads us out of the earth. What is Christ? Christ is coming back from the other side. Christ is entering this world, and he's bringing Raelian technology to this world. He's telling the people in this world, you don't got to die no more. You can come into my kingdom. What is that? That is the scientific universe that you can upload your mind into. You now have world religion forming. Remember, the root word of religion is rail, because the rail is the beanstalk, the portal. A rail is a rod. All of these wise gods had a rod or a rail like the Lion of Judah to symbolize this beanstalk. They cheated death, and then they started telling us regular humans, because they are what separate us from these Raelians is they have cheated death with technology. And they enter in these different realms, introducing that same technology over time that we saw in ancient Egypt that allowed the pharaohs to be immortal or cheat death and be, you know, like they said, a Mayan with time travelers like these. And this is the secret of the earth. So, again, if you look at Jesus in the middle of this vault and then think about Pop Smoke again, trapped in the vault, in and out of that vault. So look at the sacred geometry with Pop Smoke hologram, trapped in the prison of light or this torus field. And all of these are spiky light rays bleeding out from the ball in the middle. This bright light in the middle, that's the machine that's projecting him out there. You get what I'm saying? They turned this to the Big Bang, man. Look. When you ask them what created the Big Bang, they won't tell you, because they got to admit that it's a divine, intelligent machine. Even the Raelian people say, the dude wrote a book called Intelligent Design, because in the occult, they know they the only ones going to be reading that shit. They going to give you physics books, science books, and all that, and get you fascinated with building tires and building windows and shit. And they going to be reading books about this shit that I'm telling you about right here, this deep shit. Now look at the Big Bang and look at this right here. Same pattern, same color, light, and all that, man. If you look at other images of the Big Bang, you will literally see that they showing you man is a damn projection of light, each one of us. Look at this one. What do you think this mean right here? What do you think that mean? Huh? I'm going to show you what it mean. Don't let them give you all that mumbo jumbo. Watch this, y'all. See, a person said that they into science, they don't know what that picture mean. They don't know what I'm talking about when I pull this up. They don't know. They have no idea. If you ask a dude that said he smart with science, right? Ask him, why do they got that man right there in this Big Bang picture? He ain't gonna know what to tell you. Because Big Bang teaches that our universe is holographic, it's a simulation, and it's a projection of light. But by the time it make it to you on TV, you don't get none of that. You don't know how to decipher this. Look at this. This is what the Big Bang telling you. A projection of light that's coming from a ripple effect. Do you see the ripple effect back here? What is that? That's a damn camera lens, dude. Watch this.
Oh my God!
Watch this. You think I'm lying? Watch this. I ain't got to make this up. Watch this shit. When you look in a projection machine, guess what you get? The rings of Saturn, dude. Now we're looking in a projection machine so you can see what's creating our universe. And so when you go back to the Big Bang and you see the man being projected onto the wall from the projection lens, it should make sense to you now. I've been teaching you that the whole day. They worship a one-eyed god, a Cyclops god. And here is the god Cyclops or Saturn, who is the creator of the universe. He is the light of the universe. Why? Because it's being spoken out of his mouth. When God said, let there be light, this is what it looked like out of his mouth, being spoken. Because God is Saturn, this ripple effect deity. Speaking it into existence. So let's move on, man. Let's move on. Let's talk about Pop Smoke some more. Because, I mean, it's just so dope how I can go to this Pop Smoke technology. And by the way, look at the symbol that's on Aleister Crowley hat. What do you think that is, bro? That's an illuminated Merkaba. So when they talk about the Illuminati, guess who they're talking about? Not they self, they talking about us, because them devils ain't got no motherfucking light. They trying to harness our light because they ain't got none. You're the damn Illuminati. But guess what they got you saying? The Illuminati conspiracy theory. But when you look into the shit, you will see there is a conspiracy and that you the base of the whole damn conspiracy. It's all about you. Truman Show. Here go Jim Carrey in his glass world, that genie in a jar. You're a damn star in a jar. Look at the symbol that these devils wearing. They mastering the world with this symbolism. Then when I bring it to y'all, y'all laugh at it. Take it to them, they know what to do with it. This is what you're calling an atom today because this thing is fluctuating like a Rubik's Cube. These two triangles just ain't stand still. They're turning, they're orbiting, each one independently. And no matter which way they turn, they're gonna always make a 6-pointed star. Just like a Rubik's Cube. No matter which way you twist and turn a Rubik's Cube for alignment, it's gonna be a cube. But the point is to get the colors aligned. And the same thing with this starship. It's twisting and turning the different, it's turning, if you can imagine that this thing is like the two triangles just kind of like a Rubik's Cube turning within each other at a central axis. But no matter what angle that they turn, it maintains this macabre shape, which is amazing, you know? So if you can picture that in your head. But this is what they're, here we go. They got this on the Judaism, the Star of David. Why is everybody obsessed with the Star of David? They call it the Christ star, the star of the Christ of Bethlehem. Because that star is right here. It's the aura. It's the Christ. Look at what the Christ star is. It's the star that represents the Christ coming to earth. I just told you, the hole in the middle of the glass. Look. When they saw this hole break open in the heavens, they said, okay, Christ about to be born. And they do that to this day. Your mama go to the hospital and they say, yep, you about to have a baby. Because they see this hole in the middle of her egg. Let me show you what they see. The egg don't have a hole in the middle. They don't see a break in the water. Let me show you something. Imagine a female egg. And I want to make this clear. Hold on. Imagine. All right, hold on. Hold on. And then I'm going to talk about this on another one too, about the dude that's buying the female eggs in Africa. Show you what they doing with it. Let me show you what's going on. Here's a female egg. And there's nothing at the middle of the egg. But when a woman thinks she's pregnant, the doctor go look at this egg, and what he's looking for is a light in the middle of the egg. When he see that light in the middle of that egg, he said, here go a soul descending from the heavens. The souls are dropping from Polaris, from the sky. But as they fall onto the earth, it looks like a sperm racing to an egg. When the sperm make it to the egg, that's how the genie get in the jar right here. Right here. Now, what they're looking for is this. Watch this. If you pull up a Stargate, that's what the female egg is. They're looking for something to break those waters. That's conception. If someone is traveling and they like, think of a car going down the highway with the headlights. All of these travelers got a headlight and they traveling through the Stargate. The moment they mount this they mount the stairway, and the moment they start they head appear over that horizon line, the people from the other side of this Stargate can say, hey, somebody's coming. Like if somebody's coming through this hole and I can see them from a distance, a little ball of light, and the light get bigger and bigger and brighter as they get toward me, like this picture here. See, if you was on the other side of this Stargate, you will see a little bitty light because it's far away from you. Then as they get closer to you, that little light will get bigger and bigger, and then your side will get brighter and brighter. Then they'll pop out the water and say, hey, what's up, man? And we'll say, we saw you coming. And we'll say, how you saw that? The same way the doctor saw the baby coming. It started off a little bitty dot, and it got bigger and bigger until it turned into a baby and broke up out of the water, and the waters broke just like this. That's how you came to the earth. You're a fallen angel. But what's happening in the heavens happened on earth, though. When you fell from the sky, you landed right here in this little egg, an incubator. So you see nothing in the middle. Now we can see a star in the middle. Look at it. You see? Now we can see, now the doctor can say, yep, you definitely pregnant and you will be having a baby. Because conception takes place before birth. This is conception I'm showing you. Conception shows you how your pineal gland gets in the middle of your brain. That little light that you see in the middle of that egg, it didn't go nowhere, buddy. It's just right here. It didn't go nowhere. It's still you. Here it go. That was your mind. What it did in the incubator was build an avatar around itself called a body. And once it got its avatar built, it was able to enter the realm of the other avatars, just like in the movie The Avatar. In order for the American soldier to get into their planet, he had to get into their body. The real you is this little dot. That dot, when it entered this egg, it built the body around itself. But when it's no longer got that body around itself, you're going to leave this world. The only way you can exist in this world is in an avatar. And they reverse engineering this same technology, saying that we can make you an avatar in the worlds we made and beam your light into them. Why? What light? This light. It never went nowhere. They can extract the real you out of this avatar and put you into another one. This is like an incubation process. Now, they've been doing this for years. That's why we call them reptilians. They're not born like we are. They're virgin born from just the egg. That's why you got the story of Mary and all that when they say that the Spirit of God impregnated Mary from on high. Now, guess what? I'm going to show you something real quick for you Christians. The Bible spoke against angels in heaven impregnating women on earth. They said that it was forbidden for the, what was it? Angels of heaven to mate with the daughters of man. Yeah, they call them sons of God. If you read them old books, that was a law that they made, where they said that angels were mating with the earthly women. They said that God said it at some point it became a law where it was forbidden for sons of God to mate with the daughters of man. Go look it up. Now the Holy Ghost mated with the daughter of man. So what I'm telling you, the Holy Ghost was an incubus. It was a seraphim, a Satan. It was one of those gods that was breaking the law and coming out here seducing the earthly women, using their guru, their Arconian smarts against the babies here who just learning this knowledge, but like a class clown holding you back, man. Like these folks are masters of this because they are old souls, but they won't let us evolve. They came down here mating with our women, doing all that stuff, and we can't really state it with our women, but they can. They represent the rich of the world, the bloodline of the wealthy. All of our women wanted to mate with these sons of God. And if you look up what the sons of God was, these were very popular men on the earth that would have been musicians at the time, tech gurus. They would have been gods in the flesh. But it was said that they weren't like us. They bloodline lead back to the holies of holies. And if you look at all the celebrities on the earth, they all start to get initiated into this bloodline, this spiritual bloodline under Abrahamic faith to justify them now partaking in this wealth, stolen wealth that they partaking in. We know how that go. They all a brotherhood. So, but let's go back to here when it say that the Spirit of God impregnated Mary. This is what it was talking about. Mary ain't no physical female. She just the egg. They use these eggs so that they can, these eggs are little Stargates. They moving around Stargate portals. And when a woman sell her eggs, she's selling little bitty micro explosions that's openings from our realm to another. I want to let you know what you're selling. And those little interdimensional openings, they can use them now to allow in what they want in and allow out what they want out. It's like an incubator. Like I told you, it's a Stargate because you can connect it to the other. It's connected to the other side. They can aim this tube wherever they want and it'll serve as a bridge for whatever soul they want to bring in here. So an angel is an angle, because what this tube is depending on where you turn this portal, it's pointing you toward whatever world you're gonna go to, and whatever world you go in, that world go in you. Yeah, as within, so without. That's what the Taurus field is. Whatever world we go in, it also goes in us. This is what it looked like. It flows around you and in you, but it's projecting from the inside out, not vice versa. Now check it out. When we talk about the North Pole, which is splitting our Earth at the middle with a tube system, that's what I'm showing you here. Look at this. I want to open your eyes. Look. Check this out. I'm going to load this next one up. What do you think that tube is that's splitting through them domes? You see here? Let's go to another one. Right here on the right. See, Nut is the vortex, the gateway that get us here through the mama. See this? This is her pregnant belly with the belly button right here, the umbilical cord. All this play out on the earth because it's playing out in the heavens. But this line that is going into the thing is actually how the star get in the jar. It's how your soul got in your body. When this pierces the egg and injects the consciousness, the doctor already know you're gonna be born here. It's a matter of time that you arrive, because what's happening now is just you're on a journey now. Like that little dot that you see in the middle of the egg would be no different than if you was on the other side of this Stargate and you saw a little dot getting closer and closer, bigger, bigger, brighter, brighter. Next thing you know, boom, it breaks the waters. It breaks through your end, through the waters, covered in liquids, gasping for air, just like a baby do. This the miracle of childbirth that you will never get from a scientist. You will only get this from the ancestors, showing you how your eternal soul get in your physical, mortal body that's gonna decompose. But the part of you that's gonna go on to another Stargate, which is another mama, to be born again and again through these. When you see the MGM lion breaking through the little mirror roaring, that's the baby being born, breaking the waters through this egg like I'm teaching you now. Now, what I'm teaching you now is what the origins of Realism, how we are aliens traveling the heavens, and why our mama was personified as the heavens, which is the goddess Nut. Let's look at it. Why was the goddess Nut is equivalent to what's happening with your mama. Why has she got the stars on her back though? The connection to the heavens is inside of the woman. She's the final landing point from the other side that we see at the brightest star in the sky is Polaris. That star leads from the center of the earth to every woman on earth. It's like one line that starts to unbraid itself as it falls down into many lines, like unbraiding a rope into threads. And this one line at the North Pole, it starts to unbraid as it falls down to the earth, and each one of them thin lines becomes a baby in a hospital connected to that one pole, that wormhole. Every woman on earth is and we can't forget though that the man is housing one part of your consciousness and a woman is too. because of that split I just showed with Saturn, masculine, feminine, testosterone and estrogen. The testosterone is the test. The estrogen is the innate divine feminine knowledge that you need to activate to pass the test. When the two come together, that's the balance and the shit that make us gods, baby. Zen. When I tell you, balancing them 50-50. Passing the test. Because the estrogen is the astrogeny, genie, the astrogeny from that divine feminine is the whole intuition, all of the spiritual knowledge. The fucking testosterone, that's what we learn from the man's world, how to hunt, how to kill, how to survive. That's your instinctive half. But once you balance the two, it's like a perfect relationship, and you learn a lesson that leads to you breaking out of here. Because what Samson is doing, Samson is breaking up out of this world with balance, like tightrope walking. But the thing is, if you push one of the pillars harder than you push the other one, it won't open. You gotta push both of them at the same equal speed, like Ma'at. Otherwise, if you pushing one more than the other one, you tilting the scale. So that's why a tornado is upright, it's balanced when it spins, and it ain't tilting like that. Cause it's balanced, it's evened out, and then it starts spinning at that point where it even out. That's what our consciousness is in this vortex. That's what Shu represent, But you can't tilt one like Samson. You gotta break them evenly. This is like swimming. If I flap my right hand more than my left one, I'm not gonna swim forward. I'm gonna swim in a circle. To swim forward, I gotta do it evenly. And this is what they telling you, even. This is how we traverse through that portal. Otherwise, you become one of them. You ever saw a falling airplane, how it go to spiraling out of control as it fall? That's how we fail as angels. That spiral created days. Meaning a world where there's a bunch of yous that's reborn every morning, and into the final birth, you can't escape this days or time system trap. Because the whole thing about multiplicity and duality in this system is you see double when you dazed and knocked out of heaven, like I was saying. So the spinning motion is the witch brew. They want to keep you spinning. That's why they keep saying the earth is spinning. That's the whole war that's going off now with flat earth, globe earth. It's a spiritual war. Like, I'm battling against spirits. Like, you looking at regular human beings, you thinking it's like a regular debate, flat earth, globe earth. No, if I'm debating against Neil deGrasse Tyson, Macaque Kaku, all of these folks come, bro, this is spiritual warfare, and everybody ain't who you think they are on a spiritual level. There's an attack against the truth that's gonna set us free. All of the evil folks want you to keep thinking you spinning. They want you to keep spinning. They want you to spend time, spend money. The earth is spinning. Spend your energy. Spend. Spend money, spend time. In a daze, daisy, dizzy, spin. The earth is spinning. The moment we wake up, guess what we say? Man, the earth is flat and it ain't spinning. And now they understand they got to re-hit the spin button again. And we like, nah, that shit ain't gonna work this time. That's what the CERN button is. They say, oh, them motherfuckers waking back. We got to spin them again. That's gonna put you back to sleep in the days, knock your memory. This is what's going on. Saturn trick. So the Raelism, the UFO ship, that's the Saturn trick to keep you in this simulation. All right? And they doing everything that they can, man, to keep their simulation going. Cause you know, there's a white dude that go to Africa to buy eggs. I'm gonna do a thing on him. It's a bunch of groups. I looked them up. I'm gonna do a whole thing on it to show you how they ain't buying they eggs. It's certain people eggs they buying, and I'm gonna talk about this racism going on. Cause I believe it's certain people who can open up a bigger portal than certain people. And that if you can open up that portal, then why you got to buy our people's eggs? I'm talking about regular natural humans versus whatever these folks is that's in power. Because for some reason, they trying to buy up everybody eggs everywhere you go. They buying eggs, dude. We got to talk about that. It's females selling their eggs. And then when you start telling them and talk about what the eggs is, then you selling something real sacred, yo. And if these people got to buy eggs from folks, what the hell are they? So I'm not through with this Raelism thing. We got to do a part 4, man. We got to do a motherfucking part 4. The rabbit hole going too deep, because I'm just cracking the surface with these parts, showing you the science of all this shit. But when I go into who the creator was of this Raelism group, and then go to tying it into these egg companies that's buying these eggs, and go to tying that in with what the tech Google Calico, they sharing these eggs with the tech companies so they can study how to open up the damn CERN portal. Man, I'm telling you, look, follow my part 4 with this shit, because I'm going to go deeper and deeper on every part. And I'm going to have a different thumbnail color for every part. You'll see, man, we got to continue this, bro. Look, here, when we see this right here, this mutated into this right here. Y'all get what I'm saying? Watch this now. As the soul descended into the earth, this little light get bigger and bigger. And you know, as this light get bigger and bigger, guess what it become? It looks like it's a baby growing. Think about it. The baby comes out of nowhere. Ain't nothing inside of that bag but a spark of light. And as that light get brighter and brighter, it dims, because it's becoming this. The light is forming into an avatar holographically, just like Pop Smoke. When they say, oh, nigga, I'm in my bag. I'm in my bag, baby. Yes, we're all in our bag. You'll never make it out of your bag. You'll always be enclosed, because this is an enclosed system. So from one bag to the next one, just a bigger one, because you growing and you get a bigger bag. We about to get a bigger one now. When you look at this image right here, I don't know why you don't get the Neo and the Matrix vibes. Because the moment this shit click with you, you're going to see what this world is. Look. That's what I'm telling you. Your mother is a tree. You literally grew like fruit inside of her. Now watch this though. What started off? What was the early form of this fruit was a little ball of light. Look at this little ball of light. As it descended closer to the earth, the light got bigger and bigger, but at the same time it was about to break the water, it was turning into a baby. Now, if you look at the hologram technology, you will see that's exactly how you make a fucking, excuse my language, but I'm excited. This knowledge is deep. Watch this. The light don't become a human to the end of it. See? If you start this, if I trace this light all the way back to the source, it'll shrink and become that little bitty ball of light that it was. Rewinding time back to your conception. This is how you started. a little bitty dot of light. That light expanded. It expanded into a human. And when it fully expanded in the bag, this is your hologram was what was at the other end of that light. Right here. It formed at the end. And this is the Polaris star that never left. This little dot right here represents Polaris, but you're connected through it. It's your mind. You're projecting your avatar down into the earth. It's you, the journey. That's the light shine down. The light started to shine through, and it broke the waters. And on the other side, it expressed itself as a hologram on the other side, just like we see here. On the other end of these light rays is a human being. All of the rays forming with their end spikes, the building blocks of what becomes a human. And this is all based on holography, the light of your conception. So this same light, right, is what they showing here. And what I just showed you, this is the light that's projecting your hologram down into the earth circle. And this will collapse like an Asian fan and suck you back up like a spaghetti noodle. They call it spaghettification. And this is your macabre ship will fly away, and it'll spit you back down in another world for another game, another ride, you know. And what'll happen is it'll suck you back up again, take off, park somewhere, and boom, beam you back down. This is what's happening in the heavens. So we see Enoch, we see Christ opening the heavens, and remember, we're going to compare that to this so we can understand that the darkness of space is a thing. It's a medium. And that when you have your Big Bang theory, right, that medium is broken. But see, you want to say what broke the medium. In other words, if I got broken glass, cause and effect now, what caused this pattern? The pattern is what we call in life a clock, DNA, chronos. This break in the universe created time, which is a clock. The clock pattern. It's that simple. But the thing is, who threw the rock to open up the darkness? The darkness is like a wall. The darkness is like water. If you throw a rock in the water and break the waters, you get a ripple effect. This is the Big Bang. No one wanna see what's going on. When you ask them what created the Big Bang, it's like saying a broken glass and asking a child, who broke this glass? Nobody want to say who threw the rock. We know that in order to get omelets, you got to break eggs. When I ask you who broke the egg that created this omelet of life, nobody want to answer to that in science. Because that'll bring God into it. And that's why they personify God as a rock. Because if you start saying what caused the Big Bang was this earth, the Big Bang represents an idea being born from the mind of God. And and thoughts are born just like babies. They are conceived. So the same pattern we see when a baby born, we see this whole when a universe is born, right? So a universe is conceived. And that's prior to birth. That means some had to throw the rock before we had the shards of glass. If the shards of glass represents the physical world, then the opening represent the place where the physical world was born from. If all of those shards of glass is an element on the periodic table that is being stirred up around a central point so that all of the elements can be fused together to create life, then this makes perfect sense out of the Big Bang and the projected universe. Every piece of shard of glass you see, that is a element on a periodic table. All of these elements are able to be fused together because something is keeping them stirred up. If the stirring stopped, then these elements would all settle on their own layers because of density. This would have happened. This would have happened. If I wanted to break all of these layers and mix it all together, I could stick a straw in this cup and stir it real fast. And when I do that for a brief moment, everything in a cup will be unified. But when I stop stirring it, it's just gonna settle back just like this and separate. Separation if we don't stir it. But if we stir it, we become unified with them. And that's what we want to stop the stirring. You want to breathe, meditate, and slow. That's what it means. Like, to stop the stirring is to slay that serpent. He represents this spiral vortex that's keeping us seeing double in a daze. The witches brewing up the brew pot is doing the stirring with the CERN to keep the simulation going, to keep us, the multiverse, the duality going, but it's only one true universe, one true you. You exist in a matrix right now. See, the moment they stop, they stop this, this hole right here is gonna close up like a sore healing. And all of the shards gonna fall away and that portal gonna close. And that's their whole world falling away. And it's being sealed with a new agreement that we won't let this shit happen again. That's the great seal. When this shit is sealed back up, and it ain't no more shards, because as this hole is open, the shards are spinning around the hole like a tornado center. That's how you get this system where all the elements on this table can be unified and where life can exist. If you look at space, everything's separated. Over there, you got a big old, they telling you this, but I don't believe space. I'm just telling you what they trying to say on this, what they hiding. They telling you a gas ball of argon is over there. This planet filled with carbon gas. This planet filled with a different gas. This planet just got sulfur gases. So in space, all of these gases and solid liquids and gases are separated from each other. Pluto is just a chunk of ice. All of the ice accumulated there. You got a water world where just all the water at. You got these planets where they just got one element, where Mercury it's just a ball of mercury floating there. But on Earth, you got all of the elements blended together. That's how you know we in the middle of the universe. You never thought about that? Even with the globe, they got everything separated. The most diversity in the globe universe is Earth. Ain't no other body in the heliocentric model got more diversity on it than Earth. So why wouldn't they say that life always started on Earth? That's dumb. They tell you life seeded Earth from a comet outside the Earth, and it landed in the ocean, and we evolved from single-cell creatures to humans on some mermaid shit. They telling you that all of the life on Earth come from outer space. But yet when they look in outer space, they telling you they don't find no damn life.
Stupid. Stupid. Stupid.
If you look at the whole heliocentric model, Earth is the most diverse planet on it. But yet they said life didn't start on Earth. Earth ain't the center of the universe. A comet came in and boo, landed near. Come on, man. Then they need evolution to explain how the single cell becomes a complicated, intelligent, complicated cellular structured organism. Don't make no sense. Because it always was a multi-cell, complicated, advanced organism. And it started right here. Life didn't land here. What happened was life landed in y'all's simulation. So in their model, they can't find no life nowhere else but Earth. But they tell you life from everywhere else. Life landed on Earth from out there in space. But they ain't found life out there yet. Then recently they said, well, we found single cell organisms on Europa. You mean to tell me that a satellite that's light years away from Earth can see a single cell organism on the surface of a planet with, y'all believe everything. They need to now explain, see, for they lot of work, they got to find single cell organisms in space. And guess what happened? They launched these telescopes up there and they ain't going nowhere because you can't leave the Earth. They launched the shit, it land in the ocean, they put it away. You think it's still up there. But really it's up under the ground at a secret base with a bunch of rich men drinking coffee. They done made a coffee table out of that shit and they laughing at your dumb ass drinking coffee on it. And they keep telling themselves, dude, do you believe that this coffee table we're drinking coffee off of, those dummies think is whirling through space right now, light years away? They turning all of them damn telescopes and satellites that you think whirling through space into underground rich man furniture, laughing at your ass, saying, yeah, that sofa that you sitting on is actually near Andromeda right now, and they busting out laughing. They invite the rich people to the underground meeting, and he say, damn, where you get that couch from? Oh, that's actually Cassini. You know it's damn nearby Andromeda right now. Ha 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 ha. Damn, that refrigerator nice. Where you get that from? Oh, that's just a piece of hubba. I gave the other one to Susie. Check hers out. Yeah, could you believe that they think that is near Galaxy 813 near Titan right now? Yeah, man, nice fridge, isn't it? Yeah, they turning all that shit into furniture underground, and you think that shit still up there floating around, and that shit that far from Earth traveling through all of these harsh conditions, and they don't gotta clean the lens on it, and it's still getting a good picture. My phone ain't never left the Earth, and I still got to wipe it off with a lens wipe to get the best quality image. They sent telescopes away from Earth. It got micrometers and all that. Ain't no scratch nowhere. We getting these beautiful, pristine pictures from these telescopes that's been going through the harshness of space for fucking since you was a little boy, and they still giving you a perfect picture back.
Stupid.
No scratches on the lens, no breakdowns, no service. And it's going at speeds that quadruple the speed of a bullet.
Stupid.
No screws and bolts coming apart. Let me show y'all motherfuckers something real quick. Because you gotta really think about something, right? Let's look up Cassini. Now, Cassini is made out of nuts and bolts, aluminum foil. Look at this shit. Look at the material, B. Now, let's look up how fast is Cassini going. Because at a certain speed, none of those materials can stay fastened together. Shit'll just start falling apart. Now, Cassini going at 42,000. Cassini's going at 43,000 miles per hour. And look at it. Can you imagine this thing moving like an asteroid with a tail behind it and that wing stand on it? People, have you ever put your arm out of your car window on the highway just going 80? This piece of shit right here. Look at this shit. Look at this shit made out of Gore-Tex and and it's going that fast. It is staying together intact, giving perfect pictures.
Stupid.
It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up, man. That's why when you look at images of Cassini in space, it ain't real. It's cartoon. It's CGI. You can't even take a picture of nothing going that fast. I've done a good job today. I think I'm going to say the rest for part 4. But I ain't quite done, man. I ain't quite done. I'm going to prepare myself for part 4 so I don't touch nothing that I already touched before. And that I could just go forward because I want to get on this Fibonacci spiral. Like this symbol of the black hole sun, this is what we see throughout the kinetic system as this thing spinning around. This is the sky. This is the heavens above. You see it? Matching the ley lines of the earth. This became the swastika. So they want to curse these symbols. But guess what? Stay tuned for part 4. Join me, what is it? Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Flat Earth, Globe Earth debate. Be on the lookout for the notification. I'm also going to be on the lookout for notifications. I'm going to always keep y'all updated prior to going live. I find out that works better. So, yeah. I ain't gonna cram it all in here. I went over a lot of stuff that's kind of profound. I'm gonna give you time to marinate with that. And but I really didn't do a lot of reading like I wanted to. I would stay live for a little while longer to give you some more, but you know, I don't know if y'all down for the long haul for real. Hit the like and share, support the show. But in the next portion, we're going to talk about how the Raelian movement has infiltrated the government. You know that they saying aliens is real. The Vatican saying that they are our advanced brothers and sisters. So that would mean they saying this is the Elohim ruling over you, which is what the Raelians teach. It's so many articles I want to read to you. The Scientific American coming out telling us to be kind to extraterrestrials. You know, a lot of guys say that y'all pseudo, flat earthers, you pseudo, but their scientists said that ET is real. And guess what they say? When you call them pseudo, guess what they say? Well, you got to be egotistical to think that you the only one on earth. Nope, you just got to be honest. That ain't how science works. Science says you got to prove aliens before you say they real. You just can't say aliens real because you got to be foolish to think we the only ones on earth. But see, that's what the heliocentric model introduced, space. It give you this model of the universe of you on a little ball with all these other planets. Now you can have other life forms and aliens come into your shit. But you can't have that on a flat earth. You find out we the aliens and that they reverse engineering the technology of us into interdimensional avatars, drones. The shit you see in the sky today, that's government blue beam technology. The way them lights be moving and y'all say it's UFO ships because it move that way, that's because it's being projected from the earth. It's like a laser beam. It's like when you get your little laser beam to play with the cat and you can zigzag the laser beam and play with it and all that. That's what they projecting into the heavens. And they trying to make us think it's some new life arriving to the earth. Because we saying these light vehicles, they ain't physical. They holographic. They're like interdimensional vehicles. And they're moving in a way that we know that they can't be moving on a physical plane. It's moving like a projection. Like someone is actually moving it from a source, and it ain't, these things ain't even real. These ain't alien aircraft flying in the sky. This is blue beam. They able to beam a hologram. Let me see if I can show you. You see, it's always some light shit. It's never a physical thing. It's always some light show. That's because it's holographic. It's a laser beam coming from an earthly source. Look at this. People was recalling that, saying the UFOs are here. This what they doing. This is blue. We've been talking about them faking the alien arriving with blue beam technology, and they're doing it now, but ain't nobody really talking about it. They got us distracted with everything else. So if you look at this, this is the basically interacting with the ether, stirring up, making a ripple effect in the ether, opening up the ether. And then this would be the beam line that you travel on, the staircase of light, the Mercury Caduceus, the two serpents right here, and the soul gets beamed to a next. So what's happening on the earth right now, the technology that connects the underworld and the heavens to the earth is opening back up. The portals are opening back up right now, and in the underworld and the heavens. And we're going to see this stuff in the sky because the archons are resurrecting that technology in our time, and they opening up their portal to Sheol. But we're opening up a portal collectively to the heavens as we get our heart. It's the will of the heart collectively. All the people that's saying we want to go back to a natural way of living. We tired of war. We tired of being divided and conquered. We want heaven on earth. You got these two portals opening up because of that. And everybody that like this simulation, they're going to go with their world, and we're going to go higher into the world we trying to create. And what's happening now, this earth is graduating. Our souls have been harnessed here too long. And when they say they're going to separate the sheep from the wolf, everybody whose energy is calibrated with the archons is finna go down with them. And everybody who got their heart pure and with righteousness in it is finna ascend. And what's going to happen to this earth is it's going to be inherited by baby souls as a neutral ground, like it always intended to be, for souls to explore themselves and to, create these mystery schools for ascension. Because these mystery schools got corrupted in Egypt and all that. We was revealing this mystery before Egypt, but they started to make it to where if your money ain't right, then you can't know the knowledge. And when Egypt started charging a high price, like with college today, getting people in debt for knowledge that was free before it became a cult. So if you look at it today, it's the same way. If your money ain't at a certain level, all the shit that I'm talking about, you don't know these mysteries. These are the mysteries of rich men. Either your ass rich or you awakened in a motherfucker and you figured it out. And then if that's you, everybody at the bottom gonna say, what make you think you know it all? All of the money them people got. Now the people with the money know what I know, but they ain't telling it to you. They giving you the lie, dummy. And you won't take this shit from me. And you'll say, well, ain't no way he right, because look at all them with all the money and telescopes and shit. And they got all the lies. See, that's the thing, man. But let me move forward. Let's move forward. This was a great example of how we're conceived. I really did a good job on that one. I got to pat myself on the back right there, baby. Yeah, check this out, though. Let's see what else I got for y'all. We ain't going nowhere. Look at this image. Look at this image. Look at this image. Don't you know it's all the same? Don't you know in the middle of this doggone hexagram, it's the real you, and that's your densest version. And you're projecting yourself from this middle point all the way outward, and you got all these heads. You're called Leviathan. That's called Levy and Aten. Because if you think of what a levy is, that's what it is, one of these tethers. Levy, Leviathan, a 7-headed dragon. That's your 7 chakras. You got 7 heads and 7 ethers that you live in. You got to be born out of each one. So if you count the points on here, guess what? It's a 7-pointed star. No, it ain't, Brother Sanchez. It's a 6-pointed star. Only if you're looking at it in 2D. But if you're looking at it in 3D, it's a 7-pointed star, buddy. You forgot about the point that's pointed dead at your ass. It's hidden right in your face, the hidden point, the 7th point of Meru, the highest of heavens. And this point right here is the one bursting out of your heart field. You feeling me? You see this image? Let's go to Pop Smoke. Look at where Pop Smoke light, where you see this ball of light? That's the source point that's projecting him outward. That's the machine that's projecting his hologram, that ball of light. So that's equivalent to Rudolph Big Bright Nose, but it's right here. This 7th point on the macabre. That's the one leading you to your right direction out of the heart right here. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at it right here, that's the highest peak on a wheel. All of those other, they lead to the highest point right there. So again, at that point, all of these other points are crashing together. That's why I said crisis, crash, crush, boom. And when they crash together, it tears a fucking hole in the ether right there. You see on that wheel? So like I said, if you got a bunch of cars making a circle and they all hit the gas and drive toward the middle of the circle, when they all crash together at the same time, the fucking explosion is gonna be so loud, bro, that it's damn near tear open a layer in the ether. And that's what we showing. All of these lines of light represent highways. And at these highways, spirits are leaving the earth and they taking one of these magnetic ley lines back home to the North Pole to climb the portal up out of here. All of these roads lead to home. So wherever you die at, your soul will be by a highway in that area where you'll see a bunch of souls traveling that highway back to the center, and you will join them, and you will be part of the energy flowing on the other side, helping power the simulation from this side. None of the energy is wasting. The energy of the dead powers the world of the living, and the energy of the living perpetuates the world of the dead. Just like Morpheus said, it's a symbiotic relationship. All of these lines are magnetic energy rushing toward the same point, and when they get there, boom! What's going on at the middle of the earth is the perpetuation of one of the hugest explosions in the universe. The Big Bang never ended. It's perpetuating itself at the center based on the flow of electromagnetism in and out of the point of origin. There are souls right now making that journey home, and when they get there, what they're gonna realize is, oh shit! See, what's gonna happen is this, right? Imagine a soul traveling this lane to go to the North Pole, And it's picking up speed, more and more speed, the closer it get. And when it finally reached this point, it realized, oh shit, it's a bunch of more souls that I'm about to crash into, but it's too late now. Boom! You can't hit the brakes, because guess what's going on? All of them other souls that you crashed into were the other versions of yourself and the other ethers. And the crashing is all of y'all coming back together, being fused together. That's why they said at the middle is fusion happening. You were copied in all of these shards of gas. Jordan Peele told you this. Jordan Peele Get Out cover was alarming. Like, he's talking to you with the symbolism. Look at this cover. He got the broken glass, just like I'm doing. He's telling you to get out of the matrix. You are reflecting in all of these shards of glass. And until you break each shard, you won't return to the center. Every time I break a shard of glass, that version of him, his energy go back to the middle. And then vice versa all around. And each time you break one, the dude in the middle comes back to life. He start to teleport back to Eden. You know how in Star Trek, when they fading in and out of existence, teleporting? The reason he ain't in the middle of this hole, because all of his light shine out and fell out into the multiverse. But when all of his little single units of light come back into this hole and unite, it's going to come together to make one bright ball, and that's what Polaris is. When all of these versions of him return back home, they're going to crash together into one divine version of him and fuse together. That's our liberation, what they trying to stop. But we going to get out, though. Just see the celebrities talk to us through the films. Jordan Peele. Jordan was a river of baptism, where you peel through the layers of the fake self and wash yourself from the synth body. Jordan Peele. All of his movies is giving you a spiritual lesson about this simulation, but you ain't even looking at the shit. Jim Carrey was doing it to you with the mask, the green mask, the heart chakra. You put it on, you become a clown. In the Truman Show. And see, Hollywood is basically a big ritual where they telling your ass what's going on in the simulation. They know the shit, but they can't say it. Because that'll be like a teacher giving you the answers. It's a test. You gotta pass it. I can't even make enlightenment happen in you. Enlightenment is something you do on your own. I can give you the information, but it's a lot of people that's hearing this and they don't get it. They ain't enlightened. So I can't enlighten a person for them. I can give you the information. I can shake you, but you got to get out the bed and wake up. I can shake you. That's all I could do. Somebody did it for me, and I appreciate that shaking. You don't like when they shaking you at first, you gonna cuss them out. You're going to cut the light back off, get under the cover, and hit the snooze button. But after a while, you're going to shake you again. And you're going to finally get up while you cussing them out. And you're going to make it to your interview on time. And guess what you're going to say? Man, my bad for cussing you out. You was trying to wake a nigga up, but the sleep was good. But, hey, bro, I got there on time. Because the vault was closing. It's limited time. The sky vault don't open. It opens and closes. And if you at this time it's open, souls are leaving. When this thing closes up, this world fills up with souls. It's called, it overpopulates. And when we reach when the sky vault closes, we rely on technology. Because most of the energy come from the sky vault. When it closes, it gets so thin that we ain't having a lot of babies. Because the highway, think about it. Once you close some lanes on the highway, it slows traffic down. When the sky vault, because it gets big and it gets thin. It gets big and thin. When it gets thin, we start using laser beam technology and incubation technology to create life. We start using thin tubes for life to go through. When it opens up, the technological world is destroyed and the natural world of souls entering and exiting. And like the Bible said, being fruitful. Them days come back. But when this thing is closing, the minds of the masses close. They go to a dark age. They forget about this knowledge of the heavens. As it opens back up, man slowly start to realize that technology was a crutch for him to survive a dark age. When the portal is closing, man have to light the world up with technology. And I'm not talking about light like the light in my room. I'm talking about vibrant energy, life energy. When that portal is closing, death becomes rampant on the earth. Death becomes disease, war, hate, depression, boredom. And as the portal open back up, happiness, Garden of Eden days are returning. The knowledge of how we fail is returning. But during this time, we can escape this middle realm, because when the portal closes, that don't mean that the light from the other side and the other side ain't still behind that portal. When that portal open this time, you need to leave up out of here. And when it closed, you ain't bound to duality no more. That means you ain't bound to light age, dark age. Humans getting dumb, then humans getting smart. Humans building heaven on earth, then building hell on earth. Humans having a peaceful time, then a wartime. Humans figuring out the secrets that they gods, then falling ignorant, becoming fucking war-loving evil motherfuckers. These shifts, this duality, that's what we're about to graduate from. That only exists inside of this middle realm. Above here is consistency of vibrant energy. Below this is a consistency of boredom, technological energy. The energy you would get on a gray day in a booming metropolis and hearing the horns and just away from this beautiful tropical Jamaica where they got the fruit drinks and parrots and colors and sun and shit. These are two different universes. And this is like a ballot system, a casting a ballot, or the ball is when you would cast it into the box, you're a vote. It's based upon how many of us in this box agree to create heaven on earth. That's what we're going to make inside of this box. But if they get everybody to agree to create hell on earth, nature ain't going to stop it. It's a voting system. It's one box. All of our souls is casted into the box. And depending on how many souls got the natural energy versus the unnatural energy, that's a vote system we doing with our hearts in this box, in the ballot box. And you being casted in the box, you just want, it's like a war going on in the heavens. And they sending soldiers to the earth to help fight that same war that's playing out on the earth. But how they send the soldiers to the earth is by casting a ballot or casting a soul into a box. The ball ballot. When your soul entered the earth, it was because you came to vote for the side of righteousness. This is a political debate. This is an election going on. And we hoping that the natural side casts the most ballots, meaning more souls are coming into this earth from the heavenly realm than from the hellish realm. And the more of them coming here outnumber the devils, the earth gonna turn into heaven. It's a voting system. If there are more demons here than angels, then the earth gonna let them turn up the fire and make hell. If there's more angels here than demons, then heaven will be here. Nature's fair. She got a majority rules like this. If more people in my house is saying it's cold, I'm going to cut the air conditioner down. If it's one person saying it's cold and everybody else saying, no, that feel good, then they got to put some cover on themselves. But if more people in the house saying, yeah, it's too cold, then majority rule. That's how nature do it. So it's a ballot system going on Earth. And we hoping that we can see they trying to stop our reproduction and speed up their reproduction. They trying to make sure that we don't have a lot of babies, but that they have babies because of this balloting system. If it's more of them, then they gonna turn the world into hell. But if it's more of us, and see, this why they don't want us creating babies, but they want to buy eggs and all that shit. Now, you don't want us making no babies, but you fascinated with eggs. You don't want us making no babies, but every time we turn around, you trying to take the shit that we naturally make our babies with and use it for yourself to make your shit unnaturally by putting the egg with the tube and the incubation and shit. Wait till I expose these rich dudes taking their ass around the world to these poor countries, charging these girls $100, $200 for their eggs. Now, they done took the price up on it, but we got to egg selling, bro. We got to talk about that because what I'm researching is spiritual. It's spiritual, bro. Like it ain't, you don't know what the egg is, man. And on my next part of this joint, I'm telling you, bro, the whole thing about these companies selling eggs, you gonna see who the devil is, nigga. Because that egg, on the other side of that egg is a soul. And the only way it can get to this earth is through that particular egg that you sold. When you take the egg from out your body and move it to a laboratory or something, that's like you got a baby on this end. And the egg is an opening for it to get to the earth. That opening is right here in the mama's body. The mama take this Stargate, this opening out of her body, and she put it in a laboratory over here. Now when that baby go down the tube, it ain't born through the mama. It ain't born, it's that baby gonna enter the other side of that thing and say, I'm not in mama, I'm in a petri dish. That's what you doing to the soul. And they gonna fucking try to harness the soul and make it form a fetus and make it into a baby right there in a petri dish. And these are lab-born humans, bro. And how long have they been doing this? Phil Schneider said they got underground military bases with aliens in them, but the aliens ain't come from no other planet. They born in a lab. These the lab-born incubator children. They been found out how to cheat death. They got souls that are born underground that never made it to the surface. And that can be an egg that was donated from some chick. And they see what they'll do. They'll get her egg, get the sperm. But you got to think, the point that I'm trying to make, even though if I'm not going into detail or I'm not totally correct on the science of how it go, the point that I'm making is they trying to make the human without the mama and daddy. If they can just harvest the man and woman for your sexual fluids, then they can stop the intimacy and create this world that they had called equilibrium. In their ideal utopia, you're an androgynous species where the man and the woman don't express masculine or feminine energies. They're just this advanced race of, go watch the movie Equilibrium. They all act like robots, They all act the same. A woman robot and a man robot still talk like this. There is no distinguishing between masculine and feminine. And this world, and all of their gods are androgynous. Like the Baphomet. This blurring of the sex lines. To what you see what I'm saying? So they're trying to create a world where emotions don't exist. And the most powerful emotional energy is the intimacy between man and woman. How do you get rid of that? Because that whole process of what creates the intimacy between them is the transferal of those sexual fluids that make life. If you can get in the middle of that and say, look, I give you $1 million for your eggs, and I give you $1 million for your sperm, and you know that the whole world poor and that don't nobody want to make babies because it's too expensive, we'll start selling the part of us that make the baby, because we ain't using it no way. And our excuse for not using it is it's too expensive. Well, what if I can now use it to get money? Problem solved. See, they doing that on purpose. Now they the mediator between the sperm and the egg. And buddy, that is a God-like place to be. We giving them the power of God. We putting them at the helms of because now they the mediator between that which perpetuates life, the bond. Now imagine when they start scaling that up and bringing technology with it. You won't even be having sex no more. Y'all will just be 3D printing skins and swapping consciousness, and that'll be life and death. Babies won't even exist no more, because age won't exist no more. That's why they said that God, Saturn, he gobbled up the babies, because he created the technology to reverse aging, to make us stop aging and to be immortals. Imagine a world where you hear no laughter of children, because they cheated death. And they stopped the in a future world, you won't have children. You will just have a set age of humans that froze themselves in time. And think of like the Borg on Star Trek. See, with the Borg, you don't got no children Borg. You don't got no old ass Borg. They all the same age. They all the same voice. Ain't no, and see, that's the thing that I'm talking about. Everything that makes us human, they want to take that away. Childhood, teenage years, seniority. These are what forms memories from a baby to an elderly person. You will not have human memories no more. You will have thoughts that are programmed into you with a floppy disk drive that you can just, you say, hey, I want a new set of memories. And they say, what's wrong with those memories? I'm tired of them. Give me a new set of memories. And they'll take them out of you, put in another disk, and you'll run a whole new set of memories. Now, why are they doing that? Because they're trying to simulate what nature doing. You have more than one birth. You have new sets of memories to make. Just like you can think when you was born in this world, up until now, your childhood, and when you die, you're going to be born again, making more memories. And in between, and we reach a point where we start to remember our incarnations like you remember your birthdays. You start to remember all the lifetimes you had throughout the universe. That's when you start getting your powers back. Because all of these different versions of yourself start to meet back up at the middle, just like what I told you, and crash together, and Christ is resurrected. And in that one you, all the memories of every version of you that was born throughout all the ethers come into one. All of their skills come into you. But because of that, all of their vices and their demons combine together. So at the point where you become the most righteous God in your universe, you also become the most wickedest devil in your own little vortex. But at that point, God is the demiurge. That's what I'm telling you. God ain't no good or bad God. God is just a master, and he want to master evil and good. But in order for you to master them both, you got to balance them out. If you display more evil than good, then you only master evil and you don't master good. So the concept of Zen, balancing the negative and positive, is how you became this ascended guru. So at the end of this journey, every version of us that fell from the central self will meet back at that central point. And what they will bring with them are gifts and curses. There are many versions of you that exist in other universes, and they all have their own talents, and they all have their own downfalls. And what will culminate when they all come together is this divine being that has mastered all of its talents in all of the universes, but also have consolidated all of its downfalls in all of the universes into one body. And at that point, they cancel each other out, because if all of your problems and shortcomings that you got in this world, if I take those and add those up across the whole multiverse, all of your problems in each avatar and every ether, boy, that'll be a lot of problems to conquer. But you know, the Most High ain't gonna put too much on you that you can't bear. Because at the moment when all of your problems are collected in one body, all of your talents or gifts will be collected in one body. So yes, if you had to deal with all your problems in one big bag, and all of these problems collected on the universe, you would need some sort of strength to do that. The universe ain't leaving you hanging. That's why all of these versions of yourself, they got superpowers too and talents. And when all of them come together with all their talents, they gonna defeat all of them problems that they brought together. Because there's a talent, there's in every version of you across this multiverse, there's a talent that version of you got that another version of you need in another universe in order for it to battle a demon that it got. So when all of these versions come together, the version of you in that universe that was struggling with a problem, the version of you in this universe gonna solve it. And whatever problem he had, the version of you in this universe for example, if the version of you in this universe has psychological issues, it's a universe out there where you are a damn psychologist, man. And that version of you gonna counsel with yourself. And who is your best counsel than you? A whole nother version of yourself that know you in and out. You at the table with it, the counselor. Every universe, you got a weakness. And the reason that weakness ain't gonna be conquered in that lifetime is because the version of you that can conquer that weakness haven't met with that version yet. When you finally fix yourself and counsel out all these gifts and curses, that's when we gonna see what we are, baby. That's gonna be very beautiful there, boy. Because that's gonna be a God that has used all of his gifts to conquer all of his weakness. And at the end of that war, the only thing gonna be left standing is perfection. This is a sculpturing process. So let's talk about realism. Because when you see Ptah spinning the man on a potter's wheel, that's what's going on. Pottery, molding, sculpting. You're doing a good job, by the way. A lot of y'all gonna pass the test. You will ascend. I know it. It's been confirmed within me. Nothing we doing here is a mistake. We know that the Big Bang told us our universe was random. If you really know that this is a simulation, then every word out of my mouth and everything we doing is manifest destiny. It is written and embedded in the code of the. It couldn't have played out no other way. So That's what a simulation is. Creationism versus Big Bangism. In Big Bangism, things are just kind of unfolding randomly. We don't know where. Hey, every day is a new day waiting to happen. We don't know. No, in a simulation, the past, present, and future happened when the simulation was created. That's proof when you have deja vu. Now the University of Harvard is saying humans remember the future like we remember the past. And when you go to going into those articles, they go to talking of the deja vu. But we've been talking about that. They catching up. We remember the future because it already happened. The laws of the universe say you can't remember nothing that ain't happened yet. So when you have a deja vu moment, that's really a testimony to the Mayan and all of the other ancestors that said the future already played out. Because if it didn't, how you remember the future? Deja vu. So there's a lot about this universe we're going to uncover together here on BROSANCHEZTV. But we can't do it all in one video. So stay tuned for the next part of Realism. And I think that's going to be part. What part we on, y'all? I smoke too much. Damn, that's embarrassing. Yo, how many of these I done? 3 or 4? Hold on. Oh, yeah, the next one going to be part 4. There we go. This is a very powerful series. And I hope to keep these same numbers from beginning to end. Because if you don't finish this series with us, you missing out. And you can see with each one, we go deeper and deeper. And we uncovering more and more stuff. So be looking for a notification. Raelism part 4. We'll be doing it after the 20th sometime because I got too much going on. It's going to be after the 20th, after that debate. Then we'll probably that Saturday, maybe that Sunday. I don't know. Just be looking for a notification. And I will be going live on Tuesday on Sit Down with Sanchez podcast at 1:00 p.m. And we'll be talking about the gender wars in the manosphere. Man versus woman, not being able to get along in this place. That's part of the spiritual warfare. So I'm very strategic in what I'm doing on these platforms, combining the dialogues into one thing. If you're interested in the gender war conversation, the red pill, blue pill conversation, why man and woman can't make it happen in this world, why each group is blaming the other one. Sit Down with Sanchez podcast, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Let's talk about it. And then after that, we'll come back over here for the debate on the 20th. And then I'll keep you posted on what we got after that with notifications. Let me drop a bomb for my Patreons. We getting new Patreons all the time. And I'm looking, guys, what you need to know is I see you. I know your names. I know who you are. And I was going back and forth. Should I start naming everybody's name that donate to me? I stopped doing that for several reasons. I got other ways I'm acknowledge y'all, though. But I do want to thank y'all. I know you donate because you support the work, not for a shout out. I know you ain't clout chasing and stuff. But what I want to say is, like, we really appreciate you guys and all the things you do to support via Patreon, PayPal, Cash App, Teespring. A lot of y'all artists, you buy the beats by Sanchez, if you collab. I appreciate everything y'all do, liking and sharing the video. We wouldn't be growing like this if we want a unified community working together to put this shit out. And what I do is when I see other people from this community make a YouTube channel, then I go to their platform and try to help them grow and stuff too. So that's how we doing it, 2023. Peace and much love, y'all. See you on the next one.